Division 2.
Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's week 12 here at the Live Lounge, and as you can see, I'm joined by two of the players who are in action today, Antonio O'Shea, and our very own, player might be pushing it slightly, but it is Chris Mason. Mace, switch the commentary box for playing. How on earth are you feeling this morning?
I am edgy. It's been a while, 12 years since I've played under the lights, so yeah, it feels. The lads have made it comfortable because we all know each other and we all sort of played against each other back in the day. So, yeah, I'm feeling as well as I can feel right now.
Tony, have you been winding him up this morning at all?
Well, there's 6 or 8 of us in there having a giggle. It is like the old days. We always used to have banter. That was part of the love of the game, and yeah, we've already had a great morning. No matter what happens with the darts, we've had a great day already.
Has he been reminding you of the World Masters quarter-final yet? Has he brought that one up?
To be honest, no, he hasn't. We were talking about the Cheshire Open in the 90s, actually, but yeah, I don't really remember many games. That Cheshire one was in there, but yeah, but we've played each other so many times over the years, all the lads that's in the back room, and it's just great to get a good bunch of lads together and hopefully some great darts.
Absolutely. Mace, you've got a lot of experience in that back room. For you coming back and playing on this stage, do you think it'll take you a little while to settle into it?
Yeah, it's bound to. Yeah, yeah, like I said, I'm a little bit edgy, but I think once you just get a couple of games and you get used to the environment, and it don't take long to, you know, it's like riding a bike. You know, you might not ride a bike for a couple of years, but once you have a good half an hour on it, you'll feel comfortable. And yeah, and it's nice playing people you know well, and they're all pals of mine, and we know each other inside out. So yeah, I'm not. Listen, I've got no expectations. If I play okay and win a couple of games, it's a bonus.
Do you think there's anything that you can bring into this that you've learnt from the commentary box that's going to stand you in good stead?
I can look stupid, that's for sure, and I've been giving out all this advice and then don't do it myself. But that's part and parcel. That's why I think ex-players make good commentators, because we get a different read on the game, and all we're doing is the stuff that we would have done when we were at the height of our powers. But yeah, listen. There's going to be some good darts today, because that competitive edge is still there with everybody. We all want to beat each other, but it's just no longer life or death like it used to be.
And Tony, playing in this format, you've played in it before, but it's your first time here at the Super Series. It is all about whether you win or lose your first few games. It's a long slog, isn't it? It's 3 days of action. It's just not being too focused on what happens early on. Yeah,
it is a long slog. I mean, 3 days. You can't win, you can't qualify on the first day, but you also can't be eliminated. So, yeah, it's all about just getting, I mean, it's a lovely throw anyway. We've had a quick chuck, and it's all about getting back used to having cameras next to you and stuff like that. We've all been there, we've all done it. I mean, there's some great titles amongst the lads that's here this week, and yeah, I think once we've all got one game under us belts, we might play like we can.
And looking at all the head-to-heads from previous years between all of you, who is it that you're most looking forward to tucking into on that stage again?
To be honest, I mean, it's been that long. I mean, John Boy, we were just talking about John Boy Walton. When he had his best ever year, he was like unbeatable. He was probably the best dart player on the planet. And just watching him practice in there, he's still got it. I mean, if he brings his A game, I mean, he's probably got the biggest titles amongst us. So you just don't know.
Mace, how about you?
Oh, I owe Wes Newton a couple. I'd like to get one back on him. But yeah, and John Walton, I owe loads. But yeah, he was that year he was mentioning there. He was unplayable, beat me in the Masters, went on to win the Worlds a month later. But his ranking point tally that year, I think, was a record going into them Masters and the Worlds. But and as he said, we're just sat there watching him, thinking, oh God, no.
Right then, that's a confidence boost, isn't it, coming into today's action. We are just 5 minutes away from getting the action underway on Sporty Stuff TV. It promises to be a real trip down memory lane and some fantastic darts in prospect. We'll see you shortly on Sporty Stuff TV.
the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's week 12 here at the Live Lounge, and we've got a bit of a Premier feel and commentary theme to our lineup today. And no, that doesn't mean that you're going to be subjected to darts from Henry Deacon and Chris Murphy this morning. We do have, though, our very own Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson both in action this week. But before we get into today's action, let's take a little reminder at just how the Super Series format works.
Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. The winner of MODUS Super Series 1 will be crowned on Saturday the 22nd of October 2022. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week on Sporty Stuff TV. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns a place on the honours board. After Champions Week, the action starts again for week 1 of the next series.
Expertly explained once again by Chris Murphy there. I'm delighted to be joined by the star of Edgar TV this morning. Matt, how you doing?
Brilliant, actually. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. People have grown up watching, actually, so it's going to be weird sitting down and commentating on those games.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were discussing off-air that we did a little preview show with Chris Mason and Tony O'Shea earlier. A little bit of nerves, I think it's fair to say, creeping in. We're going to reflect on last week's action, but just a quick one on what we heard from Mace there. He's not played in front of TV cameras for around 12 years. That's going to add a bit of pressure, isn't it?
Absolutely, and like he said, he's sat down critiquing darts for a lot of that time. He's been a pundit for a while now, so it's a problem if you think it's a problem. And the fact he's alluded to that already means that he's already starting to think down that line. He wants to start well because he doesn't want the comments to start coming in. People are going to be watching this, and he wants to put on a show and he wants to put on a performance, and he's been preparing quite a lot for this. I was down there a couple of weeks ago. He was coming in the afternoon and practicing on that stage. He's put some hours in, so we'll see if that comes out today.
We will indeed. And of course, all 12 players in action this week are looking to make it through to finals night and then, of course, Champions Week. Peter Jakes on Saturday night became the 11th player through to Champions Night. Here's Chris Murphy to guide you through the highlights from week 11.
Peter Jakes' first victory of finals night, sealed with this 100 checkout, saw Rob Collins eliminated after 2-4-3 defeats in the group stages. Greg Ritchie also bowed out after Germany's Daniel Klose inflicted a 4-0 whitewash on the Scotsman. But it was to be close, but not close enough for Klose, who had been the best performer of the 6 finalists in their qualifying groups throughout the week. The tenacious Tartan Terrier that is Robert Thornton punished the Super Series debutant for mismatched darts in the semi-finals by landing this crucial double 8. But there would be no fairy tale finale against Martin Adams, as this superb Shanghai shot saw Jakes prevail comfortably in the meeting between Peter and the Wolf. The Yorkshireman progressing to set up a dramatic decider between the Rose and the Thorn, and it was a sweet smell of success for Jakes, who edged a last leg shootout to become the 11th man through to Champions Week.
Thank you very much, Chris. Matt, Robert Thornton losing out in that final, but he is in superb form at the moment, isn't he, the World Seniors champion?
And the Seniors Match Play champion as well. That was another title he's picked up very recently. He's been doing very well on the Challenge Tour as well. So it's coming into a good bit of time, really, for Robert. He's got some decisions to make, though, hasn't he, really? You know, he's mentioned before he'd like to go to Q School and try and get that card back. But he's doing so well on that Seniors Tour and on other tours that is it a case of just carry on what you're doing? You know, he's getting a lot of success there, and he's got to be one of the favourites for that Seniors title again.
And the lads in commentary mentioned last week that if he is to go for a tour card and needs to be successful, that maybe there should be some special allowance to allow him to defend that title. Would you agree with that?
I'd agree with it, and I'd like to see it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Absolutely. We can see Peter Jakes winning dart once more in this clip. It was a superb week for him, and his finishing at times was ruthless, wasn't it?
Really good. And one of the things that's really interesting about this is the timing of that win. We're now in week 11, so we've got one more week to go, which is this week, and it's Champions Week. So he's done that at a good time, which means that form is relevant. Some of the people that got in this early, week 1, for example, week 2, they're going to be sat after winning in a different venue, and they're now going to be sat for 10 weeks or so on that form, and a lot can happen in 10 weeks.
Absolutely, and we can take a little look as well as at the players through to Champions Week. As you were mentioning, a lot of those players we can see there, Robert Owen, Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall, they won't have played on this stage. You've been around this venue a number of times now. How different is that going to be from that small room in Southampton?
There's nothing comparable about the two. And just little things, silly things, like just knowing where the toilets are, things like that, they make such a difference. And it's just that comfort, isn't it, with the venue and the comfort. And if you're going in and you've got like 2 days and one day you're trying to figure out everything, you're getting your surroundings going, it gets a bit tricky. And it was from Graham Usher, wasn't it, week 7. He was the first winner down here. So half the field are going to be new here when they come back for the finals week.
And Scott Williams is, of course, a name that jumps off that page, isn't it, because of what he's achieved. But there's so much talent in there. Of the players already through, who are you most looking forward to seeing?
I think Graham Hall is going on such an upwards trajectory at the moment that he draws the eye because you want to see where he's going to go and what he's going to do. He's winning titles left, right and centre, and he's making it look quite easy at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do, and he could be a very big danger for that £20,000.
He certainly could, and one more space to be filled for that Champions Week. We move on to week 12. Of course, we've mentioned Chris Mason making his debut here this week. There we can see a full list of the players involved. Paul Nicholson to come in Group B as well. But of Group A, who is it? Because we have so many titles between them. We've got a world champion in there. Who do you think is going to be the standout player in that group? Of course, it's difficult because a lot of them we've not seen in action for a while, but who do you think is going to be the one to make their mark?
Well, if you ask the bookies have made it Tony O'Shea. But like you say, we've got no real relevant form to go on. There's a lot of head-to-heads, a lot of titles between them, but some of these go back 20 years. Some of these head-to-head clashes, we can just scrub a line through them and say they're irrelevant. I was listening to the interview at the start, because sometimes if you've got a certain amount of wins over a player, like if one player's beat one 7 times over the years, 7-0, that can come back. And we heard Chris Mason mention that about Wes Newton, so that'll be interesting. There's memories there, but other than that, there's a lot of exchanges of wins, so there's not really any sort of edge going into that on the head-to-head stats.
Absolutely. It is going to be an incredibly intriguing day of action here. Let's get into our first match then. It is, of course, Chris Murphy who's going to guide you through with this man who's going to hot-foot it down to the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. Really looking forward to this weekend's action. It is like an old school reunion, isn't it? 6-year-old John Walton, who won the Lakeside World Championship back at the turn of the millennium in 2001, going up against Flash Mark Dudbridge, a former World Championship finalist himself, of course. And we do have a new referee overseeing proceedings today, Marco Meyer, the Dutchman, very experienced operator. And he'll be looking forward to casting his eye over a group of players that he will know very well. As Matthew Edgar said to Abby upstairs, it's a group of players that a lot of us have grown up watching. Players perhaps thought of as past stars of the sport, but here they are in the present, strutting their stuff at the MODUS Super Series. And Matt has made his way down to join me. It should be good fun, this.
Yeah, fun is definitely the word here that I'm
59
going to use for this one. In terms of form line and things, like I said upstairs, we don't really have much to go on, really, do we, in terms of relevant form? I've been digging around and seeing what I can find. A few of these are still playing sort of like local events and definitely on the exhibition circuit. I mean, John Walton, County, Yorkshire, well, he's been playing for about 72 years, hasn't he?
I don't think you're actually far off there.
Well, the look at the county stats, he's actually joint most capped player for Yorkshire over the years. 243 caps. Shares that with
45.
Tony Hull, which when we look at that amount of games and relate that to the fact that a county season only has 9 games at a maximum, if he played every single game, he'd have been playing county darts for 27 years.
Remarkable. And of course, it was a Yorkshireman who took victory here on Saturday night in Peter Jakes, another man donning that white rose on his shirt.
100.
Very pleased to get through, Peter. Had a real run towards the back end of the week. Won his last 9 matches.
100.
And 13 of his last 14, despite saying that he wasn't really happy with how he played.
Have you ever come across a happy dart player yet?
No, never come across a happy Yorkshireman, to be honest.
41.
Normally, it's when money's around, isn't it? So I'm surprised that wasn't a happy moment for Peter Jakes there after scooping £5,000.
He's not got the cheque yet.
136.
Well, we need to see the novelty check return, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll work on that. But Mark Dudbridge is working on this first leg very well. Double top to break the throw.
81.
Tom Walton taking a little bit of time to settle.
40. Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
That's a good leg of darts, tidy leg of darts. 16 darts to break a throw. Mark is someone who has also been playing a bit recently. He's been doing
Second
a lot on
leg,
the
it's Mark to throw
ADC
first.
tour.
Game
Got
on.
2 titles actually on that in the more regional stuff.
Yeah, and like Peter Jakes, he will hit seniors age next year, Mark
80.
Dudbridge, and he's already been confirmed as a participant in the World Championship at the Circus Tavern.
His birthday's in January, isn't it? So he'll make it in by a month.
99.
John Walton was there last year, of course.
A month, it'll be more like a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Be like me at school, really. I'm a late August baby, so
38.
just squeezed into my year.
Yeah, I'm similar. Early August for me. Means you never have to have your birthday at school, doesn't it?
And you can always rely on a bouncy castle in the back garden.
40.
I think it's a while since a few of these players were on bouncy castles.
Actually, I was looking at the ages, and over the weeks of the months of the Super Series, we've seen a lot of young talent on Earth, where actually the youngest talent on show in this group is 45 years old.
55.
They're remarkable. Gary Robson, Wes Newton, Tony O'Shea and Chris Mason, the other 4 players in the group.
81.
Interesting to see that Tony O'Shea has been made favourite. Of course, when he did appear in Southampton at the previous incarnation of this event, he did have some success, actually, O'Shea. Around a 60% strike rate in winning matches. Has only played a couple of times before, and as you were saying to Abby, it's night and day, isn't it, playing on this stage compared to that room.
167.
Yeah, there's not too many comparables. Other than the fact the board is round.
43. Mark, you require 160.
Oh, that's a perfect dart. When he follows it for a firework finish from Flash straight away. Wonderful stuff from Dudbridge. Takes out the 160 to double his lead.
Third leg is John the throw
Cracking
first.
finish that was. I mean, I mentioned about those county appearances for John Walton, and there was a bit of an alarming thing that I've just spotted recently, and that's during those 243 caps, he's actually played 214 of those in the A team. He only played 29 B games. One of those B games actually came in his last appearance.
60.
So a very, very rare drop down to the B team for John Walton, and he didn't win that game either.
It's interesting to see when
30.
players start to maybe tail off. Darts is a funny sport, isn't it? There's not an obvious age like in more athletic sports where you expect
125.
time to catch up. Just look at Martin Adams at 66 playing in the semi-finals here on Saturday.
One of the beauties of the game, though, isn't it? Age is no barrier.
60.
We'll see people like Josh Rock at the moment pounding in 100-plus averages every single week. Still a youth.
40.
Yeah, well, John Walton, they say the eyes are the first thing to go, don't they? Well, that can cause a problem for a dart player, a hand-eye coordination sport, but John Walton shouldn't
81.
have a problem in that department. He was actually the first player ever to win the World Championship wearing spectacles. Don't waste
45.
my Sundays. Yeah, 21 years ago he won the Lakeside, followed by the aforementioned Adams and friend of the Super Series Mark Webster
45.
a few years later.
That was the year, if you watched the preview show, Tony O'Shea said that John Walton almost became unbeatable for a period of time. He won the World Masters and the World Championships in
45.
that period.
John, you
And
require
there's
145.
some serious going to win those two, especially in that era of 2001.
$105.
Yeah, you think of some of the players he beat in that run at the Lakeside, the likes of Wade Mardell, another semi-final defeat for Hawaii 501. He beat Raymond van Barneveld in the
85. John, you require
tournament as well.
40.
double 10 to get a first leg on the board here. Double 5.
30. Mark, you
The
require
way his darts are
101.
going and the amount of wrist in the throw, he's not going to enjoy throwing at these higher targets like the tops and the fives.
He hasn't looked
41.
particularly settled, has he?
John, you
Dudbridge,
require
I think it's
10.
fair to say, and the scoreline reflects it, has settled better of the two. So Walton might be quite happy if he can get away with 2-1 after 3 legs here.
Yeah, that's
And he
game
has done
shot in
that.
the third leg. John Walton.
And sort of evidence there that he's feeling the same as I was there, that top end of the board's not going to be too profitable for him, and switches that up.
Forward leg, it's Mark the throw
Switches
first.
it up well.
Game on.
Dudbridge didn't get a dart double in that previous leg, but when he has been there, he's been faultless so far.
69.
Someone
21.
might know out in the world of Twitter. You could tweet in and let us know, or you might have found this in your research as well. But watching John Walton throw, he's
100.
got signs of someone who's got a bit of nerve damage around the shoulder.
Be worth getting the expert
41.
opinion on that. I think we've got a few people in the tournament that might be able to give some experience on that. I know Paul Nicholson later on this week has had
99.
issues in that department himself. It's interesting. It was interesting. I had the pleasure of speaking to both Mace and Nico last week, and both really playing down their chances.
58.
It's the easiest thing to do, isn't it? If you set the bar really low, everything's a success.
Yeah, I've got a sneaky feeling that they're hoping for much more than they're letting on.
140.
Well, you can see that already when Mace saying that the nerves are kicking in. If the nerves weren't kicking in, it's a sign that you care, isn't it? When you get that nerves, you get that adrenaline.
66. Mark, you require
He's not
93.
playing in front of the cameras for some time. He's going to be under the microscope today. Jury's on the other foot. The first dart a double that
Yeah,
Mark
that's
Dudbridge
game
has
short
missed,
of
but
the
it doesn't
forward
carry
line.
on for
Mark
long.
Dudbridge.
Very good on the outer ring here, Mark Dudbridge. That's 3 out of 4. He's 1 leg away from his first 2 points of the day.
5th leg is John the throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and the miss hasn't mattered. Still went out. Suddenly, John Walton wakes up.
180.
Good morning, John Boy.
57.
What do you sort of envisage is going to be what's needed to win this group? I think if you can sort of be consistently in that mid to high
45.
80s, I think that could be what is going to take to win Group A here.
Yeah, in terms of wins, actual results, I don't think you're going to need the dominance of, say, Daniel Closer
76.
last week. That was a remarkable story, by the way, the German debutant. He was the only player in the group that had a positive leg difference. That's how much he blitzed the group by. But I think this will be much closer, and we could go down to the end of Wednesday with 2 or 3 players still in the running. This is going to be about hanging on in there, staying in contention.
I'm surprised you said this could be much closer after mentioning closer without putting a Chris Murphy pun in there.
Yes, actually wasn't intended for once.
$95.
Well, Walton is still scrapping here. Peter Jakes mentioned in his interview at the end of Saturday night Yorkshire grit, and that's maybe what we're seeing a little bit of here.
58. John, you require 81.
Quite a hotbed of talent, really, isn't it, the Yorkshire region, county?
Yeah, it's where I'm from as well, and it always seems to have been the case that we've had one standout star at any given time. There's never been like the situation that you have in places like Stoke or St Helens, where suddenly there's a real plethora of top
73.
Premier players. Right now, that man's Joe Cullen, but it was John Walton at one point. It's been Dennis Priestley before.
Scotty Waits.
Yeah, absolutely. Grand Slam winner, of course, Scott Waits, as well as his
45.
Lakeside titles.
John, you require 8.
Double 4.
No
Oh
score.
dear, oh dear.
Mark, you require 140.
Dudbridge having already taken out 160 may well fancy getting the job done here.
That's a good dart. Won't get a dart of the double this time.
100.
But hits the 100.
John, you require 8.
Well, now he's got to sit back and hope that John Walton doesn't take out the double 4.
Yeah,
The
that's
double he
game short
hit
in
to
the
get his
5th
leg on the
leg.
board,
John
and he hits it
Walton.
again to get his 2nd leg on the board. Hold a throw for John Walton.
6th leg is Mark the throw first. Game on.
Well, how quickly things might change. Dudbridge really will be determined to get the job done here. He's been the far superior performer in the match.
81.
Yeah, one breaker throw here from Walton, all of a sudden he becomes favourite to win it.
When you're playing regularly at the top level and winning regularly, these situations become easy. But when you've been
45.
out of the batting circle a little bit and you've not been playing as regularly and you've not been getting that winning feeling, these situations are a lot harder.
Yeah, he did get his tour card back,
96.
Mark Dudbridge, didn't he, a couple of years ago, but he didn't really have a great time of it back on tour. Some good results, good performances in this one is intended. Flashes.
140.
But yeah, maybe that losing feeling became more familiar.
It's interesting you use the term flashes as well, because I remember after he had that run to the World Match Play final,
140.
he was adamant that he didn't want to be called a flash in the pan. And then he went to that World Championship final, got in the Premier League, and
41.
sort of stamped his authority at that period of time as a genuine contender.
Yeah, one of 9 former Premier League players to appear at the Super Series, remarkably.
168.
So to stamp yourself as a contender. He's stamping himself as a contender here. Leaves a double after just 12 darts, and that will be for the match. be to wrap it up and get the first 2 points of the week.
83.
Well, what he's done so far on the
16.
finishing suggests that he'll have no problem at all with this. 3 out of 4 in that department.
Short,
Make that 4
and
out
a
of
match.
5.
Mark
It is a
Dudbridge.
fine display of doubling from Dudbridge, who sees off John Walton with ease, really. A 4-2 success, an average 20 points higher almost than his opponent. 4 out of 5, as I mentioned, on the checkouts, including that fabulous 160 start. They say you never lose it, and Mark Dudbridge is showing that might well be the case. Let's see if it is the case for Gary Robson and Wes Newton, who are coming up next.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Mark Dudbridge get off to a winning start this week with a 4-2 victory in his opening game. Interestingly, both of these players in their previous trip to the Super Series had won 2 and lost 6, but it's Mark Dudbridge, the better player for much of that one, inspired by that high finish of a 160 in leg 2, has got his week off to a fly-in start. Walton doing well to keep himself in that one for as long as he did, but Dudbridge's finishing was hard to live with. A 13-dart leg to close that one out. As you can see, 4 out of 5 on the outer ring. And interestingly, Matt Edgar said in commentary that what's probably going to be required this week is an 85 to 90 average in order to progress through, and that's what Dudbridge has done there with an 86 average in his opening match to get off to a winning start in Group A. Next up, we've got Gary Robson against Wes Newton. These two actually featured in the earlier stage of this competition when it was the Remote Darts League. It was Robson who came through that one 2 years ago. Wes Newton, of course, the UK Open runner-up in 2011 against the 2005 World Trophy winner. So who will come through in this one and triumph and get their first 2 points on the board in week 12? Let's find out in the company of Murph and Matt Edgar.
Cheers, Abby. Yes, a great start for Mark Dudbridge, playing to the level maybe needed to be challenging at the top end of the table, but tough going for John Walton. And before we get into this one featuring Gary Robson, the former World Trophy winner from Newcastle, and Wes Newton, former Premier League player, UK Open runner-up back in 2011 from Fleetwood. Just a quick word on that first match, Matt, because you were alluding to a potential problem in the action of John Walton that may be the cause of the level that he produced in that match.
Yeah, it just looks like shoulder or nerve damage for John Walton. It looked like the arm was sort of tugging back
First
on
lag,
itself.
it's Gary to throw
with
first.
that, there needs to be a
Game
lot
on.
of wrist in the throw, which means we're going to see a lot of fives from John Walton, expecting him to move to the left-hand side with that one. Say fives, and Gary Robson's first two darts go in the 5. Ironic and timing.
Touch of the Waltons from Robson.
Wes
140.
Newton, the youth of the group. Been a while since he's been able to claim that. 45 years old.
Didn't make it to the World Youth Championship final. The rest of the tournament played yesterday. Congratulations to Josh Rock and Nathan Gervin, of course, who has played here
60.
at the Super Series. Produced some good stuff as well. Hopefully something that's helped him to get there.
I think you can't underplay that run of Nathan Gervin as well when you look at the semi-final result there, beating Callan Ridds. We've just seen playing in the World Grand Prix. So getting high successes on the professional tour inside the world's top
100.
32. That's a massive win for Nathan Gervin. Both these players still quite active at the moment. They do a couple of the WDF tour. Wes Newton got to a final not too long ago in Wales. Puts him at number 53 in the WDF rankings. So he's in the running for one of those lakeside positions, but he's going to have to do some miles. Bit of travelling to get to some tournaments.
Robson here travelling to tops, but going
West
too far north,
58.
allowing Newton a chance at 158, which he may well take out. Brilliant stuff this. We saw a 160 from Dudbridge to get his win started. Have we just seen the spark for Newton for a victory charge for him?
Second leg is West to throw first.
Sort of feel as well that if he does well here and he has a few results and gets a few pounds in the pocket and a bit of confidence in front of the cameras, that mileage that he's going to need to do might become a bit more appealing.
59.
There's still events to go. Ireland, the Viking Cup, which is sort of a memorial to the late Andy Fordham, Hungary, Latvia, Malta, Italy, and the
28.
Irish. So there is a lot of miles to be done, but there's reward there because he is on the borderline of that WDF World Championship.
There's certainly some air miles to be earned there.
56.
Ranking points more importantly. And Wes Newton, a player who, he was one of the players, I think along with Andy Hamilton, that's had one of the most
55.
dramatic declines in PDC darts, maybe only superseded by Glenn Durrant recently. But both of those players were Premier League players and then a couple of years later
59.
falling off the tour.
You tend to find this, though, with darts. It's one of those weird sports, isn't it? When people make a rapid incline, and it's not like an increase that's built up over time. It just
60.
goes from being sort of mid-rank to all of a sudden contending. They tend to fall back just as fast.
Yeah, it's the brutality of the ranking system as well that comes into play. 2-year
95.
order of merit. If you win £100,000, for example, on the 10th of October 2022, you wake up on the same date in 2024, £100,000 worse off. And that could be an awful lot of places.
You know, we've seen some drops recently, haven't we? Dirk van Dijvenbode. We look at Jose de Souza, who's about to defend his Grand Slam money from 2 years ago. And that's where you want like a consistent spread. Someone such as Ryan Searle sat in 17th place. He's defended nothing, for example, on the European Tour next year. So, and he's going to be in all of those as a seeded player as things stand. And this opportunity to climb.
Is he even going to get the chance to defend his Grand Slam money? He has to go to the qualifier, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't believe he's in as it stands. It only takes one run. Nathan Aspinall was about to drop out the top 16, and now he's
40.
sort of pushing himself into that contention for
82.
Premier League conversation.
Absolutely. Tenacious fight back attempt last night from Aspinall in Leicester at the World Grand Prix final. Won by Michael van Gerwen for the 6th time.
Gary, you require
A
118.
decade on from that first victory against Mervyn King. Robson loses a chance to finish after the first start is wayward, and Newton now
40.
could double his lead.
$35. Gary, you require 40.
Robson can get his throw back here by pinging tops.
$30. Wes, you require
trouble
5.
on the outer ring in this leg.
No score.
A little bit of trouble on the big numbers.
Gary, you require 10.
Yeah, lots of tension. Suddenly, Newton was probably going to be cruising had he managed to get over the line in this leg. But even if he wins it now, you get the sense that he won't be feeling too comfortable.
Wes, you require 5.
We've also got to remember that this is quite early in the morning, and when you're looking at that board mastery, chasing things around the board, this time of morning you're going to see a little bit of
leg. Wes Newton.
nerves, a little bit of lack of feeling, despite the fact that these guys have played for about
Third leg,
40 years each apiece.
first. Game on.
Granted, that means Wes Newton started playing when he was 5, but I won't put it past him.
How old were you when you started?
100.
7. And it wasn't a proper dartboard, it was a sticky dartboard. I got it from Blackpool. You got to lick the end of it. And
Oh,
throw
okay. I had the little Velcro one with the fat sort of, well, you can't call them a
45.
point, can you? But you know what I mean. You managed to hit a treble 20, you had no chance of getting another one anywhere near it.
70.
I think my sticky dartboard, if I got a treble 20, I also blocked the 1 and the 5. But I really took to it, really enjoyed it.
140. $98.
We have seen Wes play before in the older version of these Super Series events. He was running in those at about an 83 average. That's going to be enough to give him points and keep him in contention. And if you can time a 90 sort of average against the right player in the right time, Wes Newton could put himself in contention for this.
Yeah, he's one of the players that, in terms of PDC darts, I know not all of them have committed
45.
to the PDC tour at any time, but he's reached the latter stages of just about everything. Wes Newton, we mentioned his UK Open runner-up at the start of the match. Also, a year later, 2012, he was beaten by Simon Whitlock in the European Championship final. But semi-finalist at the Grand Prix, quarter-finalist twice at the match play, semi-finalist at the Players' Championship finals as well.
60. Gary, you require 119.
Trying to remember, I was in commentary with him. We was talking about characters in the game, and we spoke about Wes Newton
99.
and saying how he
Wes, you require
was like a
151.
naughty schoolboy every time he got together with Barry Bates.
And Barry Bates, of course, who we will see later on this week.
83. Gary, you require
Sure we locked the
20.
commentary door on those days.
Yeah, if they end up in the same group,
Yeah,
then
that's getting
carnage
short
could
in the third
ensue.
leg.
But finally, Gary Robson gets himself into this match. It started quite promisingly, particularly for Wes Newton, but the pair of them now seemingly struggling.
Forward
That
leg
brilliant
is Wes
158
thrown
checkout in the first
Game
leg
on.
has been, well, it's become an oasis of excellence in a desert of dross, really, so far.
59.
Characters and naughty schoolboys. It's been a bit like a school reunion today, hasn't it? Down here, a lot of where the commentary box is, we're not too far away from the players and the practice lounge, and sometimes you don't hear much. But this morning, it's been very boisterous.
Yeah, you get the sense that actually they might forget to practice because there's a lot of catching up to
58.
do between a fair few of them. Tony O'Shea and Chris Mason coming next. Yep, you heard it right. Mason not on the mic, but on the stage instead.
135.
What are you expecting to see from Mace other than a bit of nerves and...
I actually think he's a dark horse.
45.
And even more so after watching the first couple of matches. I think that we could be... It's a big call, but I think we could be looking at two of the favourites for the group in the next match.
Absolutely. One of the things Mason's done is he's not come into this unprepared or cold. He's not just picked his darts up out of his case and gone, oh, let's go and go. I was here a couple of weeks ago on commentary with Mason. He was staying back to practice on the stage. Put the hours in.
We did see him in some of those World
58.
Seniors qualifiers earlier this year play at high standards sometimes. I think, you know, he expects to have the odd game where he's completely off it. But if he has the odd game where he's completely on it, then you're talking big numbers.
Well, he's averaged over 100 many times this year, hasn't he, on that Seniors tour?
I was looking for the big 20 to
73.
tidy up that shot there.
Gary, you require 55.
Robson has just started to pick up after getting a leg on the board and
Wes, you require 142.
almost got a little bit lucky there, Wes Newton. 142 required. He was offered Gary Robson's 55.
Take it.
100. Gary, you require 55.
Can Robson take it? Well, this will be a change of route now because that's an inadvertent double. Double 8.
39.
They do things their own
Wes,
way
you
in Newcastle,
require
don't they?
42.
Double 15, 9. Double 8 isn't the preferred route, but this is the preferred route for 42.
Yeah, that's
10 for
game
double
short in the
16, and he
forward
finds
line.
it.
Wes Newton.
He finds a 3-1 lead. One leg away from his first couple of points of the week. And
Fifth
Wes Newton,
leg, it's
actually, when
Gary to throw
was
first.
casting my eye over
Game
to what the
on.
bookies think, and they've actually got him down as the second favourite for this. I'm guessing that's on the back of that Welsh Open final. Obviously, the Welsh Open,
100.
these sort of open events that we're talking about are attended by 400-500 players.
Yeah, I would disagree with that personally.
85.
I think it's hard to pick between them, but I think you could pick one of probably 4 to top the group. He's amongst it,
45.
but I wouldn't make him the second most likely to do so. I think from what we've seen so far, John Walton is going to struggle, particularly if he is playing through the pain barrier a little bit.
It's interested. Murphy's tips there. Mason's a dark horse. He actually beats outsider.
100.
According to the odds compilers, offering him up at 16 to 1. However, I quite agree. He's a dark horse here.
Yeah, I think it suits him to be
60.
the outsider as well. He's trying everything not to put pressure on himself. Chris Mason, it will be interesting to see. It's a tough opening match against Tony O'Shea.
140.
Tony O'Shea has been one of the more active players, but more active players at a higher level. When we looked at that seniors game, the one that really stands out for me as one of the best
100.
games of that
Gary,
seniors
you
world
require
championship was the game
116.
Kevin Painter and Tony O'Shea.
Yeah, double 18 here for Robson.
98.
Good friend of O'Shea's,
Wes,
but the
you require
116 can't go. The 161 is on offer to win the match for Wes Newton.
$129. Gary, you require 18.
You're looking to find a good friend in double 4.
10.
Time
Wes,
may
you
just have run
require
out in this
32.
opening match. 4-2, Mark Dudbridge beat John Walton by in the first game of the day. Wes Newton might be about to go one better. Having to dance around the oche here.
24.
Fails to find the double.
Gary, you require 8.
A double 4 still on offer for Robson to keep himself in contention.
that's
And
game
we've got
short in
exactly
the
the
fifth
same
flag.
scenario
Gary
as we did
Robson.
in the previous match. Newton's still in the box seat, but it could change if either he has a leg off or Robson has a leg on.
6 leg, it's
It wouldn't
Wes
surprise me to see
first.
Gary Robson
Game
have
on.
a couple of legs on and run a bit of form at some point. Certainly as the day warms up, I shared a group with Gary Robson myself in the old Southampton
100.
venue just about 2 months ago. Not only was it a great laugh, but He was always a dangerous player because, like you say, he can just have these spells. We can put it together for a couple of legs and he
85.
can really find a very high ceiling on a short-term basis.
Yeah, I've not spent an awful lot of time in his company myself, but I've heard
100.
a fair few stories that he's something of a character.
Yeah, plenty of stories. Unfortunately, I can't share many of them while we're in a live mic.
Yeah, we'll have a chat
60.
afterwards. But still advantage Newton, looking to do exactly what Mark Dudbridge did in game 1.
100.
Hasn't quite achieved the same standard. It's been a closer gap between the players in terms of performance level in this match. Just a couple of points in the average.
100.
In fact, not even that.
I think the difference in the game has to come out to
45.
the checkout percentages. Gary Robson 2 from 15, Wes Newton 3 from 9.
158 started the match for Wes
60.
Newton.
Wes, you require 156.
Can 156 end it? It won't.
60.
And he would have hoped to have found at least one treble there. A little bit of hope on offer for Gary Robson.
We'll need a treble of his own here, though he finds it.
100. Wes, you
96
require
apiece.
96.
Because Wes through first, he will have the advantage.
Does he go double-double? He does, for tops.
76.
Missed
Gary, you
match
require
start for the Warrior,
96.
who is now the Worrier, as he waits for Robson's outcome here. He gets 2 darts at the double.
Yeah, that's
And we are going to a
sixth
last leg decider
Gary
in which
Robson.
Gary Robson will have the darts. Has he just picked the pocket of Wes Newton? And are the points going to end up going the way
final leg. It's Gary to throw
of the
first.
Newcastle
Game
man?
on.
I think if you're looking for signs, there's a positive and a negative there straight away. The positive is Gary Robson mopping up that 96,
100.
looking very comfortable and confident with that finish. And Wes Newton, who really pulled that dart low, going for that match dart.
Yeah, particularly after a
100.
perfectly pitched double to set it up as well. Almost as if the weight of winning the match was physically weighing him down.
137.
That weight is getting heavier. Gary Robson starts the leg with 101.37. But Wes Newton responding with the first 180 of the match.
And the first one that Marco Mayer has been able to call on his
70.
debut outing at the Super Series.
$66.
I'm sure you'll become well tuned to that maximum call. All the referees have a different one. I think feel sorry for any up-and-coming referees at running out of
58.
styles to
Wes,
call
you
the
require
maximums, aren't they?
155.
I think we'll get to that one again in the next match. We'll go through favourite
46.
180 calls.
Gary, you require 136.
A little bit of a stumble there from Gary Robson.
Bit of carpet refitting.
87.
Can't nail down the
Wes, you
finish.
require 109.
Wes Newton has an opportunity to get over the line, having already missed a match start. He doesn't get another. If that's to happen,
49.
he will have to rely
Gary,
on
you
Robson
require 49.
letting him return. Not the first time we've seen that from Robson. 15 remaining. Choices 3, 7. Up to the former to
Game,
leave that double
shot,
six,
and a match.
which is nailed by Gary
Robson.
Robson, and Wes Newton will be left licking his wounds there. He missed a match dart, a double top, dragged it down low, and Gary Robson managed to stay in the match by returning the 96 finish that Newton had just missed. Wes had taken out a 158 in the first leg of the match, and that first 180 of the day in the final leg proved to be in vain, as Gary Robson picks up the points from match 2, and match 3 will see the favourite to win the group, Tony O'Shea, take on the outsider, Chris Mason. We're all looking forward to that here at the Super Series.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Gary Robson come from behind to claim a 4-3 victory over Wes Newton in our second match of this morning's session. A 158 outshot from the former UK Open runner-up Newton to take the opening leg of that match. It's the second ton plus finish of the morning session, of course, with Dudbridge with a 160 in the opening match of the morning. As you can see, a 77 average from Robson in that one. 4 out of 17 on the outer ring. Robson improving after getting his first leg on the board. 3 match starts missed from Newton in leg 5 of that one. Another match start missed in the following leg, and it was Robson who took out 96 to force a last leg decider. He then pinned double 6 to get over the winning line. An important 2 points on the board early on in the morning for him. Next up then, we have Tony O'Shea against our very own Chris Mason. And as Chris Murphy alluded to in the commentary box, these two could very well be favourites to qualify through from Group A come Wednesday. We shall wait and see if that turns out to be the case. Of course, Chris Mason has said himself that he's playing down his chances of getting through, having not played in front of TV cameras for a number of years now. He said it might take a couple of games to settle into this, and I spoke to him last night and he was saying he may well lose his first match or two because he is feeling the nerves slightly out there. I think he's just playing down his chances slightly. Of course, he was the winner when these two played in the Masters in the quarter-final of the tournament. That was, of course, 22 years ago. But two players who get on very well away from the Oki. Let's see who comes out on top in this one in the company of the lads in the commentary box.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, it is a bit like a 2000 World Masters reunion, isn't it? Because this pair met in the quarterfinals, Mason winning that one, as you mentioned, and then he went on to lose to John Boy Walton, who went on to win the tournament. Well, I am not having any of it from Chris Mason, that he is destined the failure in this group. It is a tough opening match, and I can see why Tony O'Shea has been made the favourite, the 3-time World Championship runner-up, going up against Macy Ace, who is much more comfortable these days with a microphone in his hand and sat in the commentary box analysing the action than he is on the hockey. But as Matt Edgar was saying in the previous match, he has been putting the work in, and I actually expect it to bear fruit. What say you, Matt Edgar?
Absolutely. He's been in here in the afternoons practicing on that stage, and there's an event that happens not too far from here that is attended by all the top players, including Simon Whitlock.
First leg,
Goes
it's
to this
Tony to
event
throw
on a
first.
weekly basis,
Game on.
and he's been attending that when he's been down here on duties as well. So he's been getting the hours in there. He's been playing on the seniors tour. He's not coming into this
60.
as cold as he's making out.
Well, there will be no bias from the commentary box, but get in there, Mace.
95.
They will be happy, I think, with that way that first start went. Tony O'Shea's first was a real flyer. He's a real field player, isn't he, O'Shea? That
81.
action has been the same for all of the years he's been flinging the arrows.
And you have to be on field, really, when you've got an action like O'Shea, because as he pulls it back, the wrist will turn, pointing the point of the dart away from the board. So there's a lot of action and a lot of movement that needs to come in, a lot of timing. Which,
60.
at this time in the morning, might not come through as well as he would hope. Mason's someone who very keen on preparation. He's advising people on preparation. You see now he spawned some muscles under the shirt.
An outsider, a 177 in the opening
40.
leg.
Chris, you require 129.
It was interesting as well to see him start on treble 20 on 306 because he knows all the numbers, Chris Mason. Sits in this box and comments to other players, and he's playing a
97.
pragmatic game here, not going for the bullseye. I think the reason he didn't go for the treble 19 to start on the 306 earlier there is because he just wanted to keep his good range on that treble 20.
Chris, you require 32.
The outer ring is when you get a test this time in the morning, chasing it round, and he passes that test. It's a 14 dart leg from Chris Mason, the 16-1 outsider.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
I think it's safe to say, as people have said for many years, don't listen to Chris Mason.
Yeah, that is the best advice.
40.
But he's absolutely flying at the start of this match.
41.
In fact, let's see it because we might not see it again. Chris Mason, 113. We're only a leg and a visit in, but somebody
100.
who's a good friend of Chris Mason might want to just get a quick screen grab of that for his social media header picture. Although he doesn't really do social media these days, does he, Mason? He might get back on if he starts performing like this regularly.
41.
And it said no 180s, but we did see a 177 in that opening leg. As good as. Might get the 180 anyway.
140.
Tony O'Shea's face in the background went, oh, after the first two treble 20s. That is what your face is telling me right now. That's what I can hear the production team
95.
in my ear.
Chris, you require 121.
Everyone is just, I say mind-boggled by this, but we kind of predicted it. We kind of saw this coming.
57.
When you put the hours in, you get the rewards.
Well, based on the evidence we've seen so far in this match, not only will Chris Mason wipe the floor with the field in Group A, go on to win Champions
100.
Week, but he'll also go to Q-School next year, get his card,
64.
and win the World Championship at Ali Pali.
$32.
Sort of feel the longer this goes on, the more them shoulders are going to come back, the chest is going to come up. Confidence is going to grow. It's all right putting the hours in, but you want to see it come through. And when it starts coming through, that gives you confidence.
32.
Yeah, he will hopefully start to relax a little bit more.
And
it's very good stuff.
Chris
30
Mason.
darts to take the first couple of legs. That's 100 average from Chris Mason. And Matt mentioned when we were previewing this match, that he has been doing
Third
that.
leg, it's Tony
Maybe
to
not on
throw
a regular
first.
basis, but
Game
often
on.
enough.
You don't have to be good for 24 hours. You have to be good for about 15 minutes.
123.
Well, it is fantastic to see him playing like this for 5 minutes so far. Now, there is a danger.
25.
There is a little danger, not to be the forecaster of doom for Mace the Ace, that if he genuinely wasn't expecting to play this well, he could almost scare himself a little bit and start thinking too
100.
much.
The other thing when you start really well is, I mean, like we saw there, 111, 113 average. Let's be fair, or let's be realistic, it's only going to come down. How quick that comes down could affect how you feel about how well the game's gone. You could start a game great, but if you finish it by stuttering over the line, that's the last thing you remember. You know, you go to a show, the main event's always got to be the best thing. It's the last thing you remember. That's why you always leave a restaurant with dessert, because it's sweet.
Another thing that I think it works in his favour is he's a man in his 50s, but he really does look after himself, Chris Mason, and these days are a lot about stamina.
Absolutely. I mentioned that a few times with players such as we've seen in the past, Josh Payne, Lucas Vennig, people who do look after themselves, and they're going to be playing for 3 days over long hours, unsociable hours.
43.
Well, O'Shea looking to get back into this. What's been a fantastic game so far. Decides to split to leave double 16, now double 8.
Yeah,
and every single leg in this match so far has been won in 5 visits to the hockey. That's a top standard.
That's why we're saying that these two
leg, it's Chris to throw
are probably the 2 favourites in this group, despite the fact the bookies completely disagree. But I think after just the evidence of what we're seeing from Mason so far, that 16 to 1 is going to be gone.
Yeah, what do they know?
Well,
quite a lot, actually. If I knew more than them, I'd be living in a much nicer abode, driving a much nicer car right now. Again, I think that's in another way impressive, Chris Mason. A couple of darts in the 5, but just managed to keep calm and carry on and found a bit of a rescue shot with the last one. But Tony O'Shea has got going, and when that silverback swing gets in full flow, then it's a danger for any opponent.
Yeah, 60 swings a good way of putting it. Like I say, there's a lot of movement in the dart and the point and the angles of it, so it does take him a little bit just to find the range, and he's finding that range now. He's the most likely player to be hitting 180s in this whole field as well. Seen him in this sort of format before, and he's given us an average return on the 180s of 0.21 a leg, so it's about 180 per 5 legs.
89.
Well, we're on course to get another leg one within 15 darts. And it will be if O'Shea can complete the finish when he returns.
120. Tony, you require 32.
Mason on his shoulder.
Yeah, that's game short in the 4th line.
Return to the board. Last start in hand, and then one's hurt. When you think you're coming back, when you think you're about to take a 3-1 lead, it was an awkward lie as well. One dart standing up, one dart laying across slightly. He had to squeeze that through and did it well. He's got his advantage of throw back.
140.
Yeah, really good darting ding-dong, and I think both players, whatever the outcome, should take heart from the level so far in this match, because if they put 4 legs in like they have so far, then they could have probably got over the line against the other opponents, maybe Mark Dudbridge aside.
I think the fairest way to summarise this game so far is they are setting the bar.
And there is that bar. Both players averaging north of 90 after more than 4 legs, and that might not seem like a lot, but it could 60. Be the end of a match at some point today.
Said we expect the group winner to be between the 85 and 90, sort of that high 80s. And Tony O'Shea says warming to the task. This leg, 140, 140, 140, 81 after 9.
40. Tony, you require 81.
Was the lead about to slip? Well, the lead has already slipped, but is O'Shea
49.
going to get that lead? Once again, he leaves 32. And once again, we're on course for a 5-visit leg. Hello.
180.
First 180.
Tony, you require
Of
32.
the match, leaves him 100. If he's going to get a shot at that, he needs Tony O'Shea to miss this double 16. Took the last one, last start in
16.
hand. Doesn't do it
Chris,
this
you
time and
require
offers Chris
100.
Mason the opportunity to wrap this up and get the advantage back. Tops. Tens.
80.
Chance.
Tony, you require 16.
Well, here's the first time we've gone over that 5-visit tally. And maybe the
Yeah, that's game short in the
closeness
fifth
of the
leg.
leg is a reason
Tony
for that. We
O'Shea.
only go over it by 1 dart. But both players had the opportunity to lead 3-2. It is O'Shea that gets his nose in front for the first time.
Six
And Chris
leg is
Mason will now be
Christopher
looking
first. Game
to produce a last couple of legs akin to the first couple of legs.
Again, when you look at it and you look for positives, Chris Mason
60.
really carved that out of nowhere. 4 treble 20s gave him that opportunity. Oh, double 180 and then the treble 20 with the first start in hand. So we can take a lot from that.
83.
It's an interesting story, isn't he, Chris Mason? He was a player who was something of a prodigy, really.
45.
Burst on the scene as a young player and then ended up putting the darts back in the case relatively early for a darts career. Just didn't fancy it anymore
134.
when he couldn't produce the levels that he was used to.
It's a very hard game on the noggin, darts.
85.
Yeah, and he's spoken about that side of things as well. It is World Mental Health Day today. He's a great advocate for
58.
mental health and well-being, and something he prioritises in line with his physical health, which is really, really important. Fantastic that he's in a great place and he's fantastic company for us here at the
60.
Super Series. I'm not sure which he enjoys more. Certainly more relaxed in the commentary box, but you competitors, you all really love competing, don't you?
It never dies in you, does it? It never leaves you.
180.
And it's an itch that always needs scratching somewhere.
That 180 itch has now been scratched by O'Shea to level up the tally
Tony
in this match
46.
and to give himself the chance to win this match. Double 16 has not been his best
Game,
friend throughout the
shot,
game, but he
and
finds
the
it
match.
again there
Tony O'Shea.
to win 4-2 against Chris Mason, who came flying out of the blocks with a brilliant start to the match. And there we see the average slightly higher than O'Shea's for Chris Mason, who didn't do much wrong in the game. I do really think we've seen 2 of the contenders to top the group, but it's a winning start for Tony O'Shea against Macy Ace, who had a 177 and a 180, but ultimately leaves the stage empty-handed. He will return to face John Walton in a couple of games' time. Before that, we'll see Mark Dudbridge and Gary Robson looking for their second victories of the morning.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Tony O'Shea get his first victory of the morning. It was a 4-2 win over Chris Mason. Well, Mace actually said, didn't he, that it might take him a few matches to settle this morning. That turned out to be absolute balderdash, a 14-dart break of throw to get his campaign underway, followed by a clinical second leg, reaping the rewards for hours of practice. But O'Shea then settled into the game, and it became a sublime contest. Heavy scoring from O'Shea, and he pinned double 16 that had eluded him from much of that contest to get the victory. Just 2 legs in that match, requiring 16 darts, all of the others being won in 14 and 15. It really was a high quality contest. And when I spoke to Chris Mason last night, he did actually say that he'd rather lose his opening games with high averages and decent performances than come through a slog and win with a 60 average. So maybe he will be quite pleased with how his morning has got underway. Next up, we have Dudbridge against Robson, 2 players, of course, who won their opening matches of the morning. Dudbridge, of course, with a 160 checkout in that opening victory, the highest outshot we've seen so far this morning. As for Robson, well, his finishing is something that he's going to want to improve in this match. He missed 13 darts at the outer ring in his opener, so that's certainly something he'll want to address and need to address if he's to get his second victory of the day. So then, who will come out on top in this match? It's our 4th of the morning session. Let's find out with our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Well, I think from the previous outings for the pair, Mark Dudbridge was the better performer. Gary Robson took his opportunity against Wes Newton, having been outplayed for much of the match. But Flash, who will turn 50 in January, as we mentioned, and will appear at the Circus Tavern for the World Seniors Championship, takes on a man who won the World Trophy 17 years ago. A 4-2 win for Dudbridge over John Walton, a 4-3 success for Gary Robson over Wes Newton, and then that 4-2 victory for Tony O'Shea against Chris Mason. Very, very good game of darts, Matt, and you said they've kind of set the standard
First lag
in that game. The other players in the practice room will have seen that and now will realise what kind of level they're going to need to produce to compete at the top end of the table.
I think Mark Dudbridge is someone who would probably have took the most note of that. We mentioned he's had a couple of ADC titles
42.
already this year and sort of hit the ground running a little bit in that opening game. Very good on the outer ring, 4 out of 5, 160 finish. But
100.
it's interesting, before we started this day, we said we don't really know what to expect because there's not really too much of a form line or a guide coming into this.
96.
We have now seen every player we're going to see in Group A once. Now the 6 players you have seen are going to battle it out over the next 3 days, ending on Wednesday with a group winner.
100.
Second and third will take place in Group B, which is Thursday and Friday evening, and the rest will drop into Group C. Obviously, the winner of the group
59.
goes direct through to finals night.
Yeah, and it's only one more place available at Champions Week, so one of these
100.
players, not necessarily in this group, but one of the players from this week will be extending their stay in Portsmouth.
Well, your favourite for this week is Andy Jenkins, who
81.
is actually a local boy anyway, so he wouldn't need too much of an extended stay. He'd probably be hoping to go somewhere else the amount of time he's around here.
Yeah, I wonder how much there is to be
99.
said, though, for home comforts, and maybe we'll talk about that more when Jenks is on the hockey later on in the week. One of the players having a second go. There is a lot of
43.
places to be
Gary, you require
filled
102.
each week, and at the moment some players will get a second chance. This is the first chance for Gary Robson, looking at double 16.
86.
Yeah, but no player ever gets a full week twice, so no player will ever play in Group A twice in one stage.
140.
Good
Gary,
darts
you
there
require
to lead
16.
tops, but this is a break opportunity here for Gary Robson. Wasn't clinical on his doubles in the
Yeah,
opening
that's
game.
game short than the first
That's
leg.
much better.
Gary
Gets it with the
Robson.
second dart and breaks the opening leg there. Gets the throw. Dudbridge sat on tops waiting.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw
Didn't
first.
get the return back to the
Team
board.
on.
I don't know about you, Matt, but I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen so far from the players. I think there was always going to be a danger that this week, with all due respect to those still in the 40s, that this week would have a feeling of a kind of seniors tour event, and that we might not get
39.
the standard that we've become used to here at the Super Series with some of the players that have got aspirations for the future, but they're all producing at a very decent standard, and there are signs like that one, but they might well get better as the day goes on.
When you've got something in the locker, you've got something to call on, something
140.
positive vibes, talent. Never know when it's going to come out. As we just saw with Mason, was it 12 years since we've seen him play a game in front of cameras, and
60.
at one point of that game was running at 113. I know it was early, but we're claiming it.
Well, it happened, didn't it? The stats don't lie. And he ended with an average of more than 90.
42.
Which is more than competitive at this standard. Remember, this is not the elite tour. This is not the professional side of the game. These are
85.
players that are either coming towards the end of their career, or players that have fallen off the tour, or players that are trying to make a name for themselves in the sport at the start of their journey.
140.
You will see the odd game with massive averages, but an average of 90 usually is more than good enough to win a group.
Absolutely. I normally say 91 is
60. Mark
you'd be
Uniclar,
competitive for the week, not just the
140.
group. You'd be likely to win the week. We're 91 weekly average.
Robson is looking to double up here when he returns to lead Mark Dudbridge
100.
by a couple of legs.
Gary Uniclar, 56.
He was missing those big numbers in the last game. That's a nice line on the tops.
16.
Just sort of hit the flight
Mark
there.
Uniclar,
Was checking the
40.
first dart. Was nodding Gary.
Yeah,
That
that's game
is-
short in the second line.
He levels it
Mark
up.
Dudbridge.
One leg apiece. Mark Dudbridge has the throw back.
We've already had some fantastic
Third leg,
moments,
it's
haven't
Mark
we?
to throw first. Game on.
Today, the 158 from Wes Newton, the 160 from Mark Dudbridge, 180s for 5 of the players now.
100.
Only Mark Dudbridge not recorded a 180 yet. He is on the hockey at the moment.
85.
Big significant meeting between this pair in the past came in 2007, 15 years ago at the International Darts League.
140.
Won by Dudbridge 7-6.
$96.
It's going to be a bit like that. We're going to share head-to-head records between players, and they're not going to mean a thing. I mean, some people suggest they never mean a thing. I happen to disagree, but I think we can safely
80.
say a meeting 15 years ago won't have much bearing on this game.
I 100% agree with the disagreement that
46.
head-to-head does matter. Of course it matters. So if you've got a good record against somebody, and I was doing this last week when I was previewing the games at the Grand
45.
Prix. Now, if you beat someone once out of 10, it's almost a dismissible factor. Yeah, you beat them once, but it's when games are like head-to-head stats of 6-4, things that
59.
there's a little
Mark
bit of an
Uniclar,
advantage one way, but
136.
you beat them enough that is not an advantage in that sort of stat. But we saw one game last week where it's like 10-0 on the head-to-head stats, and that matters. When you know you've never beat them on any stage in the world, and you've got to try and beat them on a major TV ranking tournament, it's a very valid talking point.
But well, you would imagine that when a draw comes out, as
180.
Robson weighs in with his second
Mark
max,
Uniclar, 90.
that if you get one of those players, there is a bit of a, oh, not again, a little bit of a sigh in that way, and you're already on the back foot.
65. Gary, you
Dudbridge
require
may be on the back
35.
foot again after missing that dart at Bull to take the lead.
$27. Mark, you
Going
require
for the
25.
third consecutive breaker throw. So this is for the first hold of the match so far. Take your pick. Chooses the 8s. One more in hand.
9. Gary, you
Chose
require
the 8s. It's 8 for Gary Robson. This is for the third consecutive breaker throw.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Gary Robson.
It is. He retakes the lead, 2 legs to 1. And just going back to what we was talking about a second ago when we was talking about
Forward leg, it's Gary to throw
the
first.
psychological
Game
edge
on.
of beating someone regularly. I had a very, very good record against Nathan Aspinall. And I remember I was in the toilet. This was in
85.
Barnsley, I was in the toilet. And he was washing his hands at the sink and I was in the cubicle. And I can't say exactly what he said because it's not overly PG. But it was along the lines of, I just can't beat that guy.
118.
And
This before the match?
yes, because I'd beat him like 7 times or so already, and I always pulled something out, like whether it was a big finish or something.
100.
And as I heard the hand dryer go on, I've never rushed so quick to get out of a cubicle just so he knew that I heard him say that.
Yeah, we won't talk about the consequences
16.
of that rushing out of the cubicle. And did you beat him?
No, he actually, he's actually started getting wins now.
134.
So
Yeah, well, he's started getting wins against quite a few people, hasn't he? Nathan Aspinall, good to see him get to the back end of a big tournament, considering where he was
99.
at physically and mentally at the start of this year, was seriously worrying about a premature end to his career.
injuries, something we're seeing quite a lot now in darts, actually.
58.
When we look at the calendar, though, and the scheduling and the sheer level of competition that is there at the moment, which means more hours practicing, which is where the Chris Mason approach
80.
of the mental and
Gary, you
physical
require
health being
124.
very well catered for, something that is heavily advisable.
Double 11.
113.
Yeah, well, two players
Mark, you
who
require
were in that Grand Prix
144.
final last night. They've both been on the treatment table this year. Another in there. Oh, absolutely superb from Mark Dudbridge.
126.
But he can't complete
Gary,
another
you
flashy
require
finish.
11. Yeah, that's game short in the fourth line.
Never seen a player leave double four so much in a game, but it's working for Gary Robson.
So what we're talking about the Grand Prix. If Dudbridge ends up facing the aforementioned Andy Jenkins later in the week, then we'll be able to relive that famous leg of darts that he played against Jenks when he couldn't get in. Jenks couldn't lose, but did lose. Sorry, Andy.
That's a leg of darts that Andy Jenkins never wants to relive.
46.
And this leg means that every player in the field has already hit a maximum today in game 4. So if you were looking at this group thinking, oh, it's a few of the old
44.
boys and the standard might not be great, think again.
Well, Dudbridge has some
58.
business away from the hockey now, doesn't he? He's got bar 501. It was originally Cafe 501 in Bristol, runs that with Steve Brown. Somewhere I've been myself. Quite a good night down there. There's always
97.
some competition on or some darts to be played down there. Plenty of boards. Nice little setup.
134.
More of a thriving scene, isn't it? Dedicated darts bars.
But more towards the soft tip side of things. But I think that comes down to the maths and the
140.
counting and the new generation. And I don't want to say the lazier side, but it's more to do with the convenience side, isn't it? We live in a world of
58.
convenience now.
Mark,
and
you
people don't
require
understand
40.
with a bit of chalk trying to work out the numbers.
Yeah,
And all
that's
done
game
for
short
'em.
in the fifth leg. Mark
It's another leg
Dudbridge.
chalked up for Mark Dudbridge just to extend this encounter at least a little longer. But Robbo has the darts in what he hopes is the last leg of the match.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
I like to
Game
go
on.
to Skegness. Who doesn't? You know, Skegness, great place. And there's a dartboard in a club. Where I go to. They've got 3 dartboards in
125.
there. And over the road, literally just over the road from there's an arcade that has dartboards in, but you've got to pay £15 an hour, but it does all the numbers for you. I can go and get my
80.
darts out and practice over the road in a steel tip bar, undisturbed. All the boards are empty. You go to your £15 an hour, and there's people queuing to get onto those dartboards in that.
58.
They're remarkable. Could actually just say hire, I don't know, someone like Owen Binks, upcoming PDT referee. He'd do it for £15 an hour, wouldn't he? Call out the scores for you.
Probably get some change, wouldn't you, for Owen Binks, £15 an hour?
No, I meant he'd pay you £15 an hour.
Probably bring you a packed lunch as well, wouldn't they?
125.
Robson closing in here. And it's been a kind of quiet
135.
maximum point start this for Gary Robson if he does get over the line, because Wes Newton would be feeding like he should have probably beaten him.
96.
It hasn't been spectacular in this one either, but it's been effective.
That's all you need, isn't it? Points on the board. It doesn't matter how you get them. Be happy to win with a 65 average or 100 average. It doesn't matter.
58.
The only thing that
Gary
matters is the
Unicorn,
points.
97.
Well, 2 players who have points on the board already. One of them might be about to double their tally. This man on tops.
Game.
Brilliant
Shot,
finish.
And a match.
A 97 checkout to seal the deal for Gary Robson. He finishes it on tops, and he will be on top of the early league table after taking maximum points from his first 2 matches. There you see, just shy of Mark Dudbridge's 87 average, but getting the 4 legs to Dudbridge's 2 and moving clear at the top of the table in its early stages. That was a match between 2 players who had won their first game. The next is a game between 2 who lost their opener, albeit in very different circumstances. John Walton against Chris Mason coming up in game 5.
Good morning. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Gary Robson get his second victory of this morning's session. A 4-2 win for him over Mark Dudbridge. There you can see the stats, and it's Dudbridge who actually had the superior average in that one, but 2 180s for Robson. And well, the old boys have certainly still got it, haven't they? 4 out of 11 on the outer ring. It was a slight improvement from Robson on the outer ring in that one. We said he needed to finish better, having missed 13 darts at the outer ring in his opening match. And throughout the match, really, it was, of course, the third leg where it was he who capitalised on missed darts at double from his opponent. As you can see, Dudbridge 2 out of 6 on the outer ring. The 97 from Robson, the high out in that one. And as Chris Murphy said in commentary, he's quietly going about his business in Group A, doing what he needs to without really producing anything spectacular at the moment. Next up, we've got Chris Mason against John Walton, 2 players still looking for their first victory of the morning session, but they certainly delivered contrasting performances in their opening matches, and you feel that if Chris Mason can replicate the performance levels from his opening match, he might well be able to get his first win of the morning. Walton not really at the races in his opening match. And as for Chris Mason, well, he said at the top of the show when we spoke to him that he's looking for a little bit of revenge for that defeat to Walton in the semi-finals of the World Masters in 2000. Of course, that fixture was 22 years ago, but darts players, they never really forget, do they? So let's find out then who's going to come out on top in this one. And let's see if Chris Mason can come out of the traps as quickly as he did in his opening match. Of course, a 14-dart break of throw to get off the mark in that opener. He did go on to lose it, but let's see if he can replicate that performance in the company of our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, if the players had forgot, then they'll be remembering now, because one of the real fun aspects of the arena here at the MODUS Super Series is that presenting gallery is not too far from the stage, and they can just about hear every word you say. So I want Abby to keep piling the pressure on Chris Mason as the day goes on. He has been waiting 22 years to dish out revenge for that World Masters defeat. He did beat Walton in the World Masters in '98, but Walton, of course, got his revenge just 2 years later, going on to win the tournament after the semi-final success over Mace the Ace. But it was an ace performance from Mason despite defeat in the opening match, and it was far from it
First leg,
from
it's
John Walton in defeat in his
game on.
first match of the day against Mark Dudbridge. So everything suggests that Chris Mason will be tasting the sweet taste of victory at the end of this.
Henry Deacon, our
85.
colleague here in the commentary box, has actually tweeted as well. So if Chris Mason keeps playing this well, I'm going to be worried that he's going to be in his own in the commentary box for Champions Week.
100.
Yeah, nobody wants that. I'm sure Henry's
100.
good enough to fill 2 men's shoes, but we'll draft someone in, maybe.
41.
Maybe even you yourself, or are you busy that week?
Never too busy to sit and watch some darts.
Well, I'll tell you what, he makes a point, because Mason produced an
81.
average north of 90 in that opening match. He had a 180 and a 177. He led 2-0 and only lost because Tony O'Shea finally got in the swing of things.
140.
And did have an opportunity, didn't he, to win one of the legs that he lost when both players missed darts at double. So it could have easily been a couple of points on his tally. Good thinking there to make sure he
105.
leaves a finish. Find the treble anyway to leave an even better one.
Already this is better from John Walton.
125.
But there we did see that,
130.
that shoulder in the throw that Matt was talking about earlier. Right then, how about it? How about this, Chris?
Yeah,
Oh, yes, what a start for Chris Mason in this match. A 130 checkout, and it's not like it was a flash in the pan. It doesn't look like it. Once again, after the
Second
first
leg
leg,
is John the throw
Chris
first.
Mason averaging
Game
in
on.
3 figures.
Should we put it up again so we can say he did it twice?
No, definitely not.
80.
But we are reliably informed that Chris Mason actually has averaged in 3 figures more than anybody else in those World Seniors Tour events.
41.
John Walton seems completely different rhythm in this one, doesn't he? That first dart, he takes a little bit more
17.
time over. Certainly making sure of his grip. Fantastic balance there you see on that side shot from Chris
100.
Mason. You just see that lift in the shoulder.
43.
Causes a lot on the wrist. Going to cause darts to go left and right.
$55.
So, like you've been involved in maybe even before the time that you launched your popular YouTube channel. You are allowed to give it a plug here. Baker TV,
100.
a student of the game, a student of players' throws. Chris Mason, as a commentator himself, of course, has been that for many years. Does it change your approach to your own routine, your own action?
81.
It should do, but you tend to find it doesn't. But it really should do. One of the things that is quite hard, though, is it's easier when you can sit and watch other people. And especially with my background
92.
in coaching and teaching and education, that it makes it easier for me to understand how other people learn. I tend to just make the same mistakes over and over again. Even though I'd advise other people to do totally the opposite.
John,
still
you require
persist with-
116.
I think I'm just too stubborn.
Well, no mistake at all there from Chris Mason, but John Walton will get a go at double 18.
98.
Doesn't get it, the
Chris, you
180.
require 44.
Giving Mace the chance to double his lead and get himself in the very same position
Yeah,
that
that's
he,
game
that
short
he
of the
had in the
second
first
leg.
match. Well, that
Chris
was
Mason.
not the intended route, but it was a desired outcome.
That cheeky smile
Third
almost
leg,
becomes
it's
an
Chris
evil
throw
smile
first.
when you recover
Game
the
on.
situation like that. And actually, last time I was here, Chris Mason was calling me tight, and the missus really enjoyed that. And now I've just called myself
100.
stubborn, and she's going to really enjoy that one as well.
Sounding like a catch. Are you sure you're not from Yorkshire?
I am, yeah. I'm from Doncaster.
Ah, that explains a lot.
180.
John Walton not letting Chris Mason get too carried away.
100.
This is good, though, again, from Chris Mason. 94.89 at the moment is average. He averaged 91 in the opening game, so as it stands, he's the
43.
standout performer. 16 to 1, are you sure?
Yeah, really good stuff from Mason so far.
135.
Not just talking about in this group. I'm talking about in any group, any week at the Super Series. If he maintains this kind of level,
66.
then he would be competitive, more than probably a favourite to win a group. As Matt said before, win a week, and maybe we'll be looking for a new commentator quite regularly.
131.
Will return for the 35. Nothing John Walton can do here from 212. Hit and hope.
55. Chris, you require 35.
Hope is going to be the word. Mason's going to get 2 darts at this. He's only had 2 darts in the match so far and hit them both.
3.
That's just hit
John,
the
you
barrel
require
and gone wide.
157.
We'll be expecting to return with Walton back on 157. He's going to have to be perfect. Would have been 2 trebles to the double.
Chris Mason is enjoying this
59.
revenge mission here.
32.
He's been waiting more than a couple of decades to
Yeah, that's
dish it
King Saul
out
in
to
the
John
third
Walton.
leg. Chris Mason.
And he might be smiling, looking him in the eyes, shaking his hand and saying good night, John boy, in around 3 or 4 minutes' time.
Forward leg is John the
I know it's
throw
early.
first. Game on.
And the points are going to go different directions throughout the day. They're all going to beat each other. I think that's one thing we can safely say. No one's going to run away with this group. But with that in mind,
80.
that means that leg difference is going to come into play. And when we look at the results so far, 4-2, 4-3, 4-2, 4-2, there's not really been a big result in there. And if you can get a 4-0 or back it up
60.
with a 4-1 nice and early, you're going to strengthen that point tally. It's going to be like a bonus point, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see it come into play time and time again here at the Super
100.
Series. One of the rare round-robin formats that exists in darts at the moment. Of course, the only other regular one seen on TV is at the Grand Slam.
140.
Short group format, akin to our group formats at finals night, which is why it sometimes results in those 9-dart shootouts to separate players, of which we had the first ever televised
140.
three-way 9-dart shootout just a few weeks ago.
How fun are they to watch, though? I can't imagine how horrific it is as a player, but so fun to watch. And actually, you pull up, don't you, to see the order and the batting order. What would you say is the best position? Would you go first, second, or third?
I think first definitely got to be the worst position. Because as we saw with Andy Hamilton that night, he was able to
40.
utilise the 25 to finish a point in front of one of his opponents, Lee Shewan. We saw that with Robert Thornton in the Grand Slam against Dimitri Vandenberg a few years ago as well. So I certainly think that the later the better
John
is what I'd be picking.
141.
Would you?
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because do you want to be the pace setter or do you want to check? Sometimes when you lower the bar and it looks like an easier task. How many times we've seen people with big
57.
numbers already in this?
Chris, you requires
today.
67.
Well, the match may be over as Mason looks at 18 for tops to seal a whitewash win against Walton.
Game.
And he's waited
Shot. And the
22
match.
years for
Chris
that.
Mason.
He gets that revenge against the former world master. A 95.43 average for Chris Mason, the highest we've seen today. He started off well and he is carrying on. He looks settled, he looks good, and he's in good shape after picking up his first 2 points of the day in emphatic style as well. What a win against Walton for Chris Mason. A real ace performance from Mace, who will be back in a few games' time to face Mark Dudbridge. But before that, it will be Wes Newton against Tony O'Shea.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen our first whitewash win of the morning. Chris Mason, that was absolutely spectacular, wasn't it, Matt Edgar?
Both games, it's been really good. You know, we opened that first game pretty sharp, and then going up there and doing that 130 finish in the opening leg as well. 4-0, 95 the average. It was 91 in the first game. So he's running around a 93. We was here a few weeks ago talking about Lucas Venig, about how he was flying through this group with those sort of stats. Chris Mason could compete with any group with these stats, never mind this one.
And we know this is a vastly experienced group of players that we've got in Group A, but Chris Mason, he's been here so often in the commentary box. He knows probably more than anyone that it doesn't matter how you perform in that or the result in that first game, because it is such a long 3 days. That's going to stand him in good stead, even when he's amongst such experienced players.
Oh, definitely. And like you say, he's played his chances down, but he knows this better than anybody. We're not letting him get away with that. We're not letting him play his chances down. We're going to big up the chances that he's got, because he's put the time in and he's getting the rewards.
And you said at the top of the show that it was probably him and Tony O'Shea who were the two favourites. Would you still stand by that? Because Tony looked impressive in that opener as well.
Absolutely. We're talking about how great Chris Mason's playing, but Tony resisted that and got the result. It was a slower start for Tony, which, like I said, we expect to see that from Tony because of the action and how it is and the different directions of the point and everything that's going on. And then as the game goes on, he warms into that, and he really did warm to task. That leg with the 3-140s just opened the gap, and then he just kicked on with that. So Mason's done well, but Tony resisted that, and he's rightly the favourite.
And Wes Newton up next, who disappointing really to lose that one in a last leg decider in his opening match of the morning. But he's not going to be fazed by that, is he?
You got to look for clues, and there was enough clues in there for him. That 158 finish in the opening leg. So there's signs in there that he can pull it out. He's just got to put it together for 4 legs, and yeah, he definitely could win this game.
And of course, they faced each other just 2 years ago. These are two of the players who actually have a bit of recent history. But you feel that in this format, are you really thinking about that meeting at all? Because there were 10 points difference in the averages when they met 2 years ago. Are you really thinking about that here?
The only thing you think about at this point is making sure you're in contention after day one, because after day one, we'll start to scrub people out as being in contention to win this group. And you don't want to be in that category of people that we're going to put the marker pen through. Absolutely.
Maybe they are thinking about it a little bit more because I'm speaking about it. They can probably hear me. So let's get into the action. Murphy, over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, and I think Matt is spot on, and that disappearance from contention could apply to Wes Newton pretty quickly if Tony O'Shea gets the better of him here. Of course, it would be too early to rule anybody and anything out, but Wes Newton, having lost his first match from a winning position against Gary Robson, he's up against it, against the favourite to top the group, although people might be changing their minds about that, having seen what Chris Mason has been doing, although O'Shea did get the better, of course, of Mason in his opening match. A silverback looking to go back-to-back with victories at the Super Series in Group A. Whereas Newton hoping to avoid a second successive defeat and being in danger of being one of those players that myself and Matt Edgar are crossing off our list at the end of
First
today's
leg
action.
is West's throw first. Game on.
I tend to like to do things in different coloured pens. When we get to that point where we start to say this player's not involved no more, I like to use a marker pen.
140.
No one's had to deal with that yet. I also like to write important things down in red. And I think it's getting to that point soon where we're going to have to start getting the red pen out, because performances are starting to
60.
take note. Form lines are starting to show. Chris Mason is certainly starring this show at the moment.
140.
Just peering over at Matt's notes right now. A few things in red there. Milk, loo roll. What's that all about?
It's actually interesting
59.
through the players' practice room as well. That today's a day that you'd like to sit in there. The stories that are going to be shared and the conversations.
23.
I don't always think these are darts or sensible related conversations. The one I've just walked through and overheard there was Gary Robson talking about how much he's had to buy new clothes because he's lost a bit of timber, and he's had to spend out quite a bit on clothes, and that's just typical of someone from the north there, isn't it, where you lose all that weight
44.
and you find the negative that I've
Yeah.
got to spend money on clothes now.
Yeah, it is a downside, but one I know nothing about.
36. Wes
Antonio
Newton
O'Shea stuttering at the start of this one.
154.
He did actually against Chris Mason, didn't he? He made a little bit of a slow start to the match. It allowed Mason to get too clear. Wes Newton made a fantastic start to his match.
114.
Took out 158 against Gary Robson, but he can't repeat the 150-something trick against O'Shea, though does look in good shape to take the first leg.
Once again, Tony O'Shea
52.
starting a game
Wes
slowly.
Newton 40.
Wes Newton, 40 points away. Holding his throw.
Yeah, that's game short in the first
That's what he
leg.
does with the last
Wes
start in
Newton.
hand. Holds the throw. Comfortable holder throw, to be said. Takes the 1-0 lead over Tony O'Shea.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it was, as you said, a slow start in his first match. He came back firing Tony
60.
O'Shea. But in this format, you're not going to be afforded too many kind of pedestrian starts to games.
125.
We use the word timing a lot, don't we? And one thing that you don't get in a game that is first to four is time. You can get things wrong once, maybe twice. Any more than that,
100.
you're going to be punished.
Do you think that O'Shea's slow starting is kind of a downside to the throwing style? That it
135.
maybe just takes a leg or two to get the feel for the hockey? I know that every dartboard's measurements from the height and the length are the
100.
same, but it can feel different, can't it, when you're in different places, from practice room to stage, for example?
The perception, isn't it? The perception of the board or the length of the board, that can be changed by
100.
the backboard, the colour of the surround, the height of the hockey, the lights. Lots of things can change. And if you look at what we've got here, we've got a black background with a black surround.
55.
I've always been aware of this since I played in
141.
the UK Open, and it's a red background with a red surround. And the board just looked tiny because it just blended into this.
100.
And the only thing you could see was the different colours of the actual fascia of the board, and it just looked tiny. And I was up there about 2 weeks ago with Mason, and we did the
81.
dart player thing when you're on a
West
stage. We stood at the
Uruguay,
hockey and
41.
threw some fake darts. I said, does it always feel deep to you when you come up on the
Yeah,
stage?
that's
And he
game
used
short in the
word
second
long.
leg. Wes
He said he
Newton.
always got on the stage and felt that it was a bit long. But deep and long kind of mean the same thing, that it just
Third
feels the
leg,
board's
it's
a little
West
bit
throw
further away
first.
than any
Game
other sort of
on.
board you'd normally play on.
Well, this particular game might not be going deep or long, because Wes Newton has just reeled off a 14 darter there, and he's averaging 23
100.
points more than Tony O'Shea. In fact, 24 and a half now after that opening ton. But it took O'Shea 2 legs to get going against Chris Mason, as we mentioned, and the early signs in leg 3 here are much better for the Silverback. His first 2 treble turn of the match.
This is what we expect to be the
55.
theme and the story of Group A. So, Wes Newton, averaged 75 in defeat to Gary Robson. He's now averaging in the mid-90s. Tony O'Shea had a great
45.
game with Chris Mason, winning that in the 90s. He's now running at the low 70s. Inconsistency, highs and lows. This is going to be a roller coaster of a group rather than a smooth sail.
80.
And if anybody can manage to be consistent over a day, maybe a couple of days, then you would expect them to be right at the peak of the pile. So far, Chris Mason has posted 2 averages in the 90s.
100.
Although one of them was a defeat to Tony O'Shea, who he wishes had played at this level for the entire match against him.
99.
2 more northern stars of the sport on the hockey. Wes Newton from Fleetwood, same place as Jordan Brooks, who was in action last week, and Lee Shewan, of course, who was involved in that 9-dart shootout
West
that we
Uruguay,
mentioned.
167.
Tony O'Shea from a real hotbed, isn't he? We spoke about hotbeds before. Stockport kind of always has been Nathan Aspinall, the latest star from that part of the world.
125. Tony, you require 160.
Let's just do it Kellett that way as well. Certainly from Cheshire.
85. West, you require 42.
42 the target. 10 and double 16. Just in the 10. Having to adjust here.
10.
Well, do you know what? I don't think Tony O'Shea fancied him having seen that dart because he was very eager to look at his score there.
$63.
Long way
West,
off
you
of both of
require
those.
32.
See it on his face.
Yeah, something
that's
about him
been
has
short
just
in the
looked a little bit
third leg.
unsettled
Wes
during this
Newton.
match, and I'm not sure what it is because he looked pretty comfortable once he got into the swing of things against Chris Mason. But a couple of times, he's almost looked down
Forward
to
leg,
check
it's Tony to throw
that the hockey's
first.
actually
Game
there.
on.
I'm not sure what it is. He's trying to make sure he's in the perfect position to throw his darts. And he is a pretty quick player as well. He's not one of those who does
27.
a kind of pre-shot routine a la Andrew Gilding.
You mentioned he checked the score there. Now, to our right, as you're looking at the screen, but the players left,
140.
where the scoreboard is, there's a screen there with all the scores hit and the score required. It also will post up
60.
the average at the end of the match. Now, tell me that the players don't care about averages when Chris Mason, the second that winning dart went in, his head
45.
was staring at that screen. Couldn't look at it quick enough, really, could he?
Yeah, that's something that's been a feature of,
81.
for example, the PDC Pro Tour as well, since they introduced the electronic scoring system. And remember the record-breaking average, the highest ever streamed average from Peter Wright against Christopher
80.
Ratajski. It was actually Ratajski who was trying to get Peter Wright to look. He must have known that it was something special. For Peter, it was all in a day's work.
And that's what you sort of feel there from Mason
95.
last game. He knew he played well. And he wanted that confirmation of just how well it came across in terms of the numbers. We see Michael van Gerwen, don't we? The first place he looks is that little tablet to the side to see what it was.
80.
Wes Newton somewhere near that screen retrieving that dart. Look, he knows not to step in front of the camera as well. There's a man who's been on TV stages before.
Remember the opening night of this?
125. West, you require
Stephen
156.
Burton who dropped a
Yeah, he was.
dart in the smoke machine.
Yeah, he played last week and got it back.
116.
Well,
Tony, you
113 to
require
stay in it for Tony
113.
O'Shea. Gets a go.
Yeah, that's
And he
short in
gets
the
the
forward
finish
leg.
as well. Well, he
Tony
was
O'Shea.
2-0 behind against Chris Mason before he woke up. He was 3-0 behind against Wes Newton, and now maybe the
Fifth
alarm
leg,
bells
it's
will be
Wes's
going off
throw
for the Warrior.
first. Game on.
Sort of feel this is a group which nothing is going to go unknown. Now,
100.
practice rooms are very different from time to time, depending who's in there. And this is a group where everything that happens is going to be told, and it's going to be exaggerated
100.
in words in the practice room. As I went through to go upstairs to speak to Abby, Chris Mason was just coming back in, and they was trying to usher him back into the commentary box. So they're very aware that Chris
100.
Mason's playing well.
Yeah. And I think they'd rather that he was swapped for me rather than you, Matt.
100.
It'd be interesting. And also, now this is a little question for you. And of course, there is still 2 days to go. Does Chris Mason's level
59.
put more pressure on Paul Nicholson?
If you ask Paul Nicholson, I think he'll say no. But I also think
100.
you're right, because they're going to be judged under the same umbrella.
People who sit and watch the MODUS Super Series week in, week out will be
140.
very interested, more interested in their performances than anybody else's. It's a bit like Wayne Mardle, isn't it? Suddenly playing in a PDC event on Sky Sports again.
85. West, you require 102.
We all like the story, don't we, behind what we're seeing. Them to have got Very deep story.
44.
Well, we've just seen
Tony, you
O'Shea
require
tick off 113 to stay in this match. Now he wants 116, but it's not going to happen. Match point for Wes Newton.
40. Wes, you require 58.
Tops.
38. Tony, you require 76.
Clawed it back from 2-0 down last time. 3-0 down in this one. Could be 3-2 if he hits tops.
36. Wes, you require 20.
Opportunity missed by O'Shea. Double 5. Served him well in leg
Game,
1.
Shot.
And it serves
and
him well
match.
to get the
Wes
match won.
Newton.
And applause from Tony O'Shea. Good respect between the pair on the hockey. But Newton, good value for that victory. Hit a third of his double attempts. Averaged 86, just shy of that. In fact, Tony O'Shea almost 10 points worse off than Wes Newton in the average. Not able to live up to the level that he produced against Chris Mason to win his first match. And that means that things are pretty bunched up in Group A. 2 points on the board for both Newton and O'Shea after a defeat and a win for each of them. And it is the same scenario for Mark Dudbridge and Chris Mason, who meet next.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Wes Newton has just got his first victory of the day. A 4-1 win for him in that one, meaning John Walton is now the only player in Group A yet to pick up any points. Tony O'Shea, much like in his opener, getting off to a bit of a slow start, but this time unable to find that spark to really mount a comeback. As you see, he did have that 1-1-3 checkout, but unable to build on that from there. Wes Newton was unrelenting, adding 10 points onto his average in that one. A 14 dart leg in there as well from him. A far superior performance from Newton. 4 out of 12. On the outer ring, though, that is certainly something he will need to address. But 4 visits of 140 plus in that one. As you can see, 41 was his highest checkout in that match. So then, as I mentioned, John Walton is the only player left now in Group A yet to claim a victory. Next up, we have 2 players looking to get onto 4 points for their second victory in Dudbridge, and Chris Mason. We've spoken a lot, haven't we, already this morning about Chris Mason and how he switched the commentary box for the Oki once more, but he's probably been the most consistent performer in his opening 2 matches. Some really, really strong performances from him so far. Both of them, of course, treating us to high checkouts already this morning. A 160 from Dudbridge in his opening match of the day, and a 130 from Chris Mason in his victory, a whitewash victory in his last match. So then, who's going to come out on top in this one, lads? Murph, I'm going to start with you. Who's coming out on top?
Well, it's a tough question, Abby, and one that I can only answer based on what I've seen so far. And what I've seen so far is excellent darts from Chris Mason and decent darts from Mark Dudbridge. So therefore, to give you a precise answer, Chris Mason 4, Mark Dudbridge 3. Matt?
I was going to go 2. And purely on the fact of, I think the difference between the 2 players so far in performance is consistency. Chris Mason has been consistent and consistently good. Mark Dudbridge has wavered a little bit at times. We've not seen that yet from Mason in 2 games.
First
There's been no
leg,
evidence
it's
of
Mark
that.
to throw first. Game on.
And that has had a reaction as well in terms of the odds. The start of the day, Mark Dudbridge was 1 to 2 favourite. Now 5 to 6 apiece. Take your pick. Says either the bookies have got worried or people have started to back Chris Mason.
93.
Yeah, the only reason I went 4-3 is because Dudbridge has a throw. Thought I'd play it a little bit safe with that. But both players have shown signs of being competitive at the
60.
top end of the group. Dudbridge winning the opening match of the morning 4-2 against John Walton. Mason was actually beaten by Tony O'Shea in his opener, but produced an average of more than 90, and then it was 95 and change in his whitewash win against Walton. And he's showing no signs of a decline, is he?
Well, the reason I went 4-2 is because with that breaker throw, that would just suggest an early breaker throw, where 4-3 would probably suggest more of a later break.
Yeah. And it looks like you're going to be right. In fact, it might be that we're both wrong and he wins 4-0 at this rate. But at least we both said he'd win. And that's not something he was saying much over the course of the last few weeks since he knew that he'd be playing this week.
So to Abby, we're not going to let him get away with that. He can play his chances down and say he's not going to win, but when you put the amount of work in that he is doing, he's throwing 11, 12 will do.
74. Mark, you require 151.
No guarantee that he'll even win the leg. Dudbridge looking at 151. It won't go. Good attempt, but Mason on an awkward double. Does he think about splitting here? 6 and 10 segment or straight for it?
14. Yeah, that's game short in the
For it
first
is
leg.
the answer.
Chris Mason.
I'd do that as well. I think it's the right choice. I think when you look at those sort of shots, when you split it, yes, you're going for a more preferable
Second
double.
leg, it's
But you're
Chris
going to
throw
get 2 darts
first.
at the double.
Game on.
If you throw, and that first dart is aggressive, and actually me and Chris spoke about this on commentary the other week, if that first dart is aggressively thrown, you're still going to get 2 proper darts
100.
at the double. The only time it's a problem is if you go, I'll just throw one in the area as a bit of a setup shot, and if you throw out first one, you guarantee yourself 2 darts, you might get 3. If you split, you're only getting 2.
I think actually to even enhance that point a little further, one of the underutilised plays is actually splitting with the second dart. If you have thrown a dart like 7-7 and happen to block it,
125.
because players now think, oh, I'm going to get 3 darts at double, they'll persevere, when actually splitting with the second dart might be a good option. You're still getting 2 darts out of the 3.
2 darts at clear targets.
139. 60.
Just seeing the demeanour of Chris Mason, it's not a jolly for him, is it? It's not a bit of fun.
58.
He's living and breathing every dart. Of course, he'll be happy with how he started the day. But now that he is showing that he's maybe even the man to beat in the group, not just competitive in it, he wants to keep at it. And
42.
you just see little winces of disappointment when darts don't find the required segments.
So it makes you think, doesn't it? We are coming into the back end of this
55.
year. February is going to come around pretty quick. That is when the Seniors World Championship is on. And with the numbers we're seeing from Chris Mason at the moment, he could actually lift the title.
Well, it's interesting. He's opted for the
55.
qualification route, hasn't he? He said that he'd decline an invite, but playing in events like this and playing well in them, the organisers will be keeping an eye on what players do, and maybe
60.
another invite might
Chris, you require
be on its way.
119.
Well, I'd say another invite. Don't know if he got an invite in the first place because he'd already said he'd decline it, but I wonder if he might change his mind on that. Bullseye here for 2-0.
94. Mark, you
So that
require
prize fund's gone up to
108.
£40,000 now to the winner, so it's not something you're going to decline too lightly.
Oh, great dart.
88.
Nice
Chris,
one
you
come back
require
this time.
25.
Trying to mop up 25. 5 for double 4.
21. Mark, you require 20.
Didn't get the 2 darts at double that he should have. And that means Mark Dudbridge gets 3 at 10s.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Always
second
going to be with that first dart, wasn't it? Nicely sat on the wire, and Mark has these quite thicker barrels. Very borderline bomber
Third
barrels.
lag is Mark to throw
Which means
first.
when you get one on the
Game
wire like that, it almost just builds a wall. Just makes the target bigger.
Very small shake of the head there from Chris Mason in the background. He knows that he should be 2-0 up in this
60.
match. The stats will say that he missed a couple of darts at double in that last leg. One of them being at the bull, but he should have had at least one more after missing the big
140.
number.
This is something we're seeing today from Chris Mason that we didn't see towards the back end of his career. When the negativity started, he was not able to recover from that. And that just shows the work that he has put in, both mentally and physically, and the changes he's made in his life to make it much more positive, and he's able to deal with negativity now.
134.
Yeah, of course, we've got more insight into the background and current circumstances of Chris Mason than the other players, just because we spend so much more time with him.
78.
But certainly very happy in life, his personal life, and that all helps, doesn't it? To go up on a stage when it's kind of a lonely place, all eyes on you.
134.
But the other side of it, you mentioned the work he's done on his mentality. Chris Mason wasn't shy about shouting about his ability in his days on the professional tour. Now playing himself down, it's a completely different approach, isn't it?
I think sometimes as well, when you're playing on the professional tour, you don't have a choice but to play yourself up, because that is a room of sharks.
53.
And
Mark,
any
you require
sign of a
104.
weakness, they will jump all over you.
Dudbridge doing the jumping here.
84.
He can't leave his
Chris, you
footprints
require 40.
on Mason's chest this time.
You more missed doubles from
Mark, you
Mason.
require 20.
See the frustration there. This was a good leg.
I think part of the reason for the frustration is that they weren't badly thrown darts. They just happened to miss. These have been worse for Dudbridge
10.
than
Chris,
the
you
ones
require
that Mason
10.
missed. And he does come back to try and put it right.
Yeah, that's game
Third
short
breaker
in the
throw in
third
this
leg.
match.
Chris Mason.
Chris Mason regains the lead in it.
It was a good leg. 140, 134,
Forward
134
leg,
in
it's
the
Chris's
scoring
throw
phase. Goes out
first.
in 16 darts in the end. Re-breaks the throw. All legs gone against the throw so far. So that advantage of throw that we spoke about at the very start
60.
apparently means nothing.
Well, both of us picked the player throwing second, didn't we, to win the game? Neither going for Mark
96.
Dudbridge. I will just say that off air we've both spoken about Dudbridge as one of the potential challengers for the top end of this group. We're not dismissing him. It's based purely on what we've seen so far today.
And that's all we can really go on today, because essentially when we look at the stats and our data that we're presented with at the start of the show, you can almost dismiss it all. It's almost all irrelevant.
Yeah, for example,
97.
Mark Dudbridge has won the last 2 meetings against Chris Mason. They were in 2008 and 2009.
And a lot of these stats and datas and things that we've got and the score lines are all before the days of things like Darts Connect, where we don't have anything but literally just the raw score of it was 6-4, 6-2, whatever the score was.
Yeah, it may have averages if they met in a major tournament, a big televised significant match, but that's not the case for this pair of players, whose career curves were kind of slightly different. Dudbridge arrived a few years after Mason onto the scene, but both exploded onto the scene in similar fashions, and maybe neither really fulfilled the potential that many pundits at the time were suggesting they would.
Chris, you require 146.
Mark Dudbridge, really, didn't we, when he won that World Masters title 2002, beating Tony West in the final, which I like that story. Tony West lost the final to Mark Dudbridge, came back a year later and won the title, beating Barneveld in the final.
Still on if he can find the treble, and he does, to get a go at the ball.
97.
Whistles
Chris,
past
you require
the ring.
121.
Now Mason can try and pull clear.
Mark 85.
Dudbridge has had
Mark, you
9 darts in
require
double at this game
25.
so far and only hit 1. He's got 2 in his hand here. With those stats, Mason might be fancying a return to the
17.
board. He will get a
Chris, you
return to the
require
board.
36.
It's 36 points. He's double 18. Over to the 9s.
18.
That is a long way off.
Mark, you require 8.
Yeah, both players have now missed 10 darts at double each.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Dudbridge
fourth
gets it
round.
right, puts
Mark
it right,
Dudbridge.
gets the game back on throw, but the game has been one which has seen every throw broken.
Fifth flag, it's Mark to throw first.
Like that.
Game on.
Dudbridge came back. Mason was head down trying to recompose himself there, and Dudbridge walked back and was looking straight at him, trying to get a bit of a read here.
97.
You see those averages there. They don't really tell the story of the performance from the players in this game because they have missed those 20 darts at double between them.
60.
We have seen Chris Mason hit 9 scores of more than 100 in this match, including 3 140s and a 180.
I think that is
48.
the story of the game, really, isn't it, so far? One player could have ran away with this, like Chris did in his last game. He won 4-0 against John Walton. But I suppose he's got the legs on the board now. Now he needs some points. So he won't mind how this happens.
45.
We are approaching the halfway stage of the day. It's been a marvellous morning's viewing from where I'm staying. I hope you're enjoying it just as much. It's flown by so far.
45.
What a time to make his debut at the Super Series for our referee as well. Marco Mayer.
140.
All well-known names, and he's got the best seat in the house.
$135.
I often think we're a referee. You need to have some good calf muscles, don't you? You sort of stood in that position for a long period of time. You can't move or sway because you're obviously in the player's eye
58.
line.
Yeah, difficult
78.
job. You have to keep full focus at all times.
The thing that could split these two players was the consistency of Mason. They both lost that, so it's going to have to come down to a different C word, which will be class. Class was what we saw there with that 1 7-4.
Yeah, that's Team
class
Shaw in the
dart to
fifth
come
line.
around.
Dudbridge.
The dart stood up at the bottom of the bed there, came around it and snuck that into the double 19. Little sign of respect there from Mason.
Six slag, it's
Knows how
Chris to
important
throw
that
first.
was.
Game
Knows
on.
how unlikely that looked. The way that dart was sat up just underneath.
Yeah, I'm sure they know each other well, this pace. Spoken about the camaraderie in the practice room.
140.
That was 5 perfect darts from Chris Mason before that one missed, but they're both from that southwest area of England. And now it's a shake of the head from Mason because he knows that he could have put Dudbridge away earlier on. He's given him the chance to play himself into the match, much like the game against Tony O'Shea earlier on. In terms of Abby asking us for predictions at the start of the match, either I'll be right or we'll both be wrong. And maybe it's looking like the latter.
180. 100.
I suppose this is just that thing about not playing so often. It's being able to convert good darts into wins. And that's what Chris has just got to find
57.
here. That
Chris, you
secret
require
formula.
161.
You've got all the ingredients. How do you turn it into the cake?
Well, he had a missing ingredient there,
81.
being the treble 17,
Mark, you
and now
require
Dudbridge
124.
is looking to gobble up this opportunity, and he will get a dart, barring a disaster. It's at the ball.
99.
Well, he couldn't find the cherry.
Chris, you require 80.
Nice finish this one for a dart player. I was going to say it stays on the vertical line. He's going to have to go 25 on ball, which he can't do. Offers up the
31.
opportunity now for
Mark,
Mark
you
Dudbridge to
require
wrap this one up.
25.
8 to do just that.
Game,
And Dudbridge gets
shot,
it done.
and a
A
match.
4-2 success
Dudbridge.
against Chris Mason. It's a second win of the day for Dudbridge, having won by that margin in his first match against John Walton. Lost to Gary Robson by the same scoreline, but it is another win for Dudbridge. Mason might be kicking himself a little bit in the early part of that match. He really could have pulled away from Dudbridge, missed opportunities to get to 3 legs, and Dudbridge got to 4 in the end. Coming up next, it is the aforementioned Gary Robson, who has won both of his matches so far today. He takes on his good friend Tony O'Shea after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're 7 matches in to the opening session of week 12 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Mark Dudbridge has just got his second victory of this session, a 4-2 win over Chris Mason. It certainly wasn't a poor quality contest, but both missing multiple darts at double and struggling in the same phase of the game. Mace just starting to shake his head a little at times, maybe starting to expect a bit more from himself now that he's settled and delivering, but just 2 out of 12 attempts at the outer ring, 16% checkout success from him. And as I mentioned, both of them struggling in that phase of the game. Dudbridge himself just 4 out of 17 checkout success in that match. Maybe as well for Chris Mason, as I mentioned, now that he's settled, now that he's starting to perform, he's just applying a little bit more pressure on himself. And as Murph mentioned in commentary, he might be kicking himself slightly, having had multiple opportunities early on in that one to race away and put that match to bed. But he'll be returning shortly to certainly return to winning ways. Next up, we've got Robson against O'Shea. 2 pals off the oche and 2 players who certainly know a lot about each other's games on it. They met at the last 16 of the 2004 World Championships. Of course, O'Shea the winner in a really high quality contest in that one. More recently, the quarterfinals of the Scottish Open 4 years ago, and they met in the remote Darts Live League. That was 2 years ago. So then they've got a lot of history on the oche. Who's going to come out on top in this one? O'Shea, of course, started the morning session really well with that victory over Chris Mason, not able to replicate those high levels in his last match. Can he return to winning ways in this one? Let's hand back over to Murph.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, the pair will be enjoying, I think, a little trip down memory lane today. I'm sure a few memories have been relived between the pair of them on and after the oche. The first one, of course, that 2004 World Championship last 16 win for O'Shea. And you mentioned the remote league as well. They played just 2 years ago in that. 16 years apart, Matt Edgar, from their first meeting to their most recent. And it's from the big stage at the lakeside to playing from their own homes.
I'm going to say that remote league, it's worth noting that, again, we can scrub that with a marker pen really as having any relevance to what we expect to see in this game, because that was during the days of lockdown when COVID took over and we was all staying in. And darts was one of the sports that was able to continue through that period of time because people was playing each other across internet call, playing on their own boards, but having a scoreboard between the two. And that was what that remote league was, and
60
was actually the initial starting block for what we now see here at the Super Series.
Yeah, very similar setup.
100.
And they were playing from home. And actually, when they first started playing at what we called the Live League back then in Southampton, the players still shouted out their own scores at first because there were still strict rules about
60.
how many people you could have in a small space and social distancing and everything like that. They did meet a couple of times in the Southampton venue as well, this pair. Tony O'Shea getting the better of Robson on both occasions. In fact, interesting to look at Tony O'Shea's head-to-head most recently against the opponents. He's won all of the
45.
matches. He's played Gary Robson twice, John Walton twice, and Mark Dudbridge twice in this event when it was in Southampton. And he's won both meetings against
59.
all 3 players.
A little bit of something to go on there if we look at the head-to-head stats and relevant head-to-head stats.
Yeah, relevant for today, perhaps, that performance that he managed to produce against Chris Mason in coming back from 2 behind to win
83.
with a high average, but then we did see what you said we would see, inconsistency in the next display, losing 4-1 to Wes Newton.
For the second time today, Tony O'Shea
45.
hasn't thought about the numbers. He switched to the 19 earlier to leave the 165. And he stayed on the 20s to leave the 159. That is a non-finish.
95.
This goes to show that 61 years of age. He's been playing darts for 65 of them. Hasn't
24.
helped him out on the math side of things.
Tony, you require
Can't
64.
teach an old dog new tricks, you might say. And he might say that it was an 83 that left him there, but the treble one was a second dart, so it was rescuable. Double top.
That's game short than the first.
Hasn't harmed him,
Tony
but
O'Shea.
that's largely because Gary Robson has been a mere passenger in that opening leg.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
So you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but he's been learning some new tricks. Gary Robson, been out looking after himself, dropping some timber. I was hearing as I came through, was complaining that it's cost him a bit of money to buy some new clothes because it was a bit big for him.
60.
He should have gone down the sponsorship route, shouldn't he?
60.
I normally have the exact same problem. I need to buy larger clothes all the time.
50.
Big fan of eating.
95.
Well, we have to do it. Tony O'Shea is eating into the scoring the legs a lot more sizably than Gary
99.
Robson is managing so far in this match. And that win for Robson in his first match against Wes Newton could prove to be really important for him. He's not playing like a
94.
player who's won both of his games. The only unbeaten operator in this group.
Actually makes, even at this early stage,
63.
Intriguing
Tony
time in terms
Uniclar,
of table,
152.
because if Gary Robson can beat Tony O'Shea or keep O'Shea on 2 points, and he'll start to open a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, getting that, when you nick a win in this format, like he did against Wes, it
101.
kind of allows you a poor performance later on. Not that you intend to have one, but it probably will come over the space of 15 matches.
123.
It's not just 15 matches,
Tony
it's 15
Uniclar,
matches
51.
over a time span of about 18 hours.
43.
Humans aren't built
Gary Uniclar,
to be
106.
concentrated for that period of time.
Sorry, what did you say? He decided to stay there,
50.
Robson, just to give himself
Tony
to follow that
Uniclar,
line, but he
8.
couldn't get the weight right. Now he has to wait and see if O'Shea can give him another chance.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
But
Tony O'Shea.
he'll have to fight back. Antonio O'Shea, for the first time today, has won the first, well, won the first leg of a match and then won
Third
the
leg,
first
it's
2 legs
Gary
of a
to
match.
throw first. Game on.
And we can't really say it's because he's raised what he's doing.
100.
His opponent here, Gary Robson's gone the other way. Gary Robson's 77 average in his victory over Wes Newton. Followed that up with a mid-80s, 85 against
59.
Mark Dudbridge, 2 180s. 85 to 90s where I've predicted you need to be if you want to be winning this group. Currently in the 60s.
22.
Do you know where I predict you need to be to win this group?
Top of the table.
Correct. And that's where Robson sits at the moment. It is
60.
only the early stages of the group. He's joined by Mark Dudbridge, who's won 2 out of 3. And Wes Newton will be looking to do the same.
60.
You might be getting your marker pen out to strike through the name of John Walton, if that's the case.
We like to keep it simple. Don't we? To win the group, just be top of the table. To be top of the table, hit more treble 20s and doubles than your opponent. You'll win games. That easy.
100.
There's an interesting article, wasn't there, recently from the guys at Darts Oracle about whether or not the scores for show, doubles for dough thing was actually true. Because, of course, to get a go at a double, you have to hit a fair few trebles.
One thing I'd like to see, and this is well beyond my
Tony Uniclar,
realms
102.
of intelligence, is an article or a study around scoreboard pressure. And if the scoreboard actually affects things such as the
50.
data we see in terms
Gary,
of
you
like the
require
checkouts, does it come at
123.
certain moments, or does the scoreboard not really affect the outcome of the throw?
Yeah, I've seen one slightly different, but about
39.
whether or not you should go for the ball
Tony,
in
you
certain
require
segments.
52.
And actually, that the stats say that you should lay up a lot more than most players do. This is a double
Yeah,
attempt
that's
in the
been
end
short
from
of the third
O'Shea.
line.
It's not how he
Tony
intended
O'Shea.
to win the leg, but he did win the leg, and he's won every leg so far. And Gary Robson playing his old pal.
Forward lag, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
But who needs enemies, eh, when you've got friends like this?
Yeah, no friends here in this one. You got to think that Gary Robson would have
81.
gathered plenty of friends over the years. 55 years old, been around darts probably for most of those 55 years. He's actually played in 18 World Championships and 18 World Masters on the WDF side.
15.
That shows serious consistency when you think about those tour events that you have to qualify to get into these, with sometimes thousands of
100.
entries.
It hasn't gone for him in this match at all.
70.
Well, that was a good recovery there, because he was in danger of scoring back-to-back 15s there. Gary
60.
Robson.
Remember when I first got into darts myself, Gary Robson used to hang around a lot with Gary Anderson. They used to do the exhibition tour and circuit together
30.
before Gary Anderson switched over to the PDC.
And what a career he's had as well in the PDC, but some say that
83.
maybe he's starting to quietly slip away now, Ando. That 170 that Edgar hit against him has never recovered from, has he?
I didn't know you heard about that.
45.
Just sort of get in there before you did.
Yeah, I did an article myself, and obviously in video terms rather than a written form, around the World Match Play. Where I said I thought that was
81.
Gary Anderson's last World Match Play. I think the same for the Grand Prix. I think we've seen him for the last time there. We'll see him a few more times. I think we'll see him maybe 2 more World Championships. But I think
96.
the time is to
Tony,
enjoy
you
Gary
require
Anderson now, because
96.
I don't think we've got too long left.
Well, our door is always open at the MODUS Super Series. Not sure he's the kind of
Game,
player that would go down
shots,
that route.
and a
But that
match.
route
Tony
for Tony
O'Shea.
O'Shea is the way to a 4-0 victory against Gary Robson. A 96 checkout to seal the deal for the Silverback, who averaged 20 points more than his opponent in that, who did not get a single 140 or a single dart at double in the entire match. No 140s for O'Shea either, but a 180 in there, hitting half of his double attempts, and that 96 to seal the deal that sees him go level on points with Dudbridge and Robson, but top of the table on leg difference. Coming next, John Walton looking for his first win, and Wes Newton looking to join the 3 players on 4 points.
Welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Tony O'Shea with a whitewash victory to get his second win of the day, a 4-0 win over Gary Robson in that match. Robson defeated for the first time today, and it's actually the lowest average we've seen across the board in today's action, a 63 there for him. And as you can see, not a single dart at double for him in that one. Outplayed from the outset, really, a really clinical display, and it seemed it was wrapped up in no time at all out there, didn't it? I think that bounce back ability is something we'll see a lot today. An 83.5 average there from O'Shea. As I was saying, I think the ability for players to bounce back and respond to poor performances and a lack of clinical edge on the outer ring is something we'll see a lot today, just because of the vast experience we've got in today's field. Very experienced. They're not going to let defeats get in the way of responding strongly. Next up then, we've got someone who certainly needs to respond strongly. John Walton, the only player left yet to pick up a point in Group A so far this morning. He's up against Wes Newton. Very little separated these two when they played in the Remote Darts League 2 years ago. A 6-all draw and very little in the averages either. Walton, as I mentioned, the only player yet to pick up a point. He hasn't been at his clinical best in this one against Newton, who was unrelenting, wasn't he, in that 4-1 victory over Tony O'Shea in his last match. Can he pick up from where he left off in that one? Murph, Matt, over to you.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, I think the chances for John Walton will become rather remote if he does lose out to Wes Newton in this one, but it is looking pretty tasty at the top. The 60-year-old slinger from Sheffield looking to pick up his first points of the day against the 45-year-old flinger from Fleetwood, Wes Newton, the Warrior. Twice a runner-up in PDC televised events and recovered well from a match he maybe should have won against Gary Robson to get the better of Tony O'Shea, who was on 4 points with Robson and Mark Dudbridge. Remarkable then that after this, we could see the player who we think has been performing best in this group, Chris Mason,
First leg is John
actually sitting in
first. Game on.
5th place in the table, where he is now on 2 points and a 4-way tie on 4.
Strange how it happens sometimes, isn't it? But you've got to turn performance into points.
45.
We saw interesting there, John Walton from Sheffield. We was just having a chat before we came on, and you were saying you were a Sheffield Wednesday fan.
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
Any idea how, do you know how they came up with the name Sheffield Wednesday?
It's something to do with a cricket team that they initially were playing on Wednesdays only.
100.
I have the actual answer to why Sheffield Wednesday are called Sheffield Wednesday.
Go on.
Because they're from Sheffield.
Good work.
83.
I'm not sure which side of the city John Walton cheers for, if at all.
24.
Most people in Sheffield do have one side or the other.
Well, judging by his shirt, he either doesn't care
100.
or is the Wednesday side, because I can't imagine anyone from the red side having any blue on the dart shirt.
Yeah, but it's almost a, dare I say it, it's almost a Leeds look, isn't it? That,
I thought
that
Leeds,
shirt.
Yeah.
41.
Has been known to get himself down to Fleetwood from time to time. Blackpool was a bit of a local event for him, wasn't it, when he played at the match play? Actually hit a 9-dart finish there as well.
I remember that
100.
one very well, actually, with Justin Pipe.
Yeah, and that was when there had been a little bit of needle between the two. Newton and Pipe. I remember Wes having a look at his watch
60.
while Pipe was
West
throwing in
Unicorn,
another tournament that year.
118.
We've actually got a bit of Blackpool history here, haven't we? Because Chris Mason in the field today was on stage
94.
for the first ever 9-darter there. Phil Taylor hitting that, and I was one table, sat back, pretty much front row, just behind that one.
95. West
What a moment
Unicorn,
to witness
24.
up close.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Wes Newton.
Of course, Phil Taylor was the closest to it. Chris Mason the second closest. It sounds like you were the third closest.
A very young version of myself.
Second leg,
I
it's
think I was
Wes to
sat there
throw
in an
first.
Elvis wig and a
Game
Dennis
on.
Priestley T-shirt.
Much like today. Well, it's a lead for Wes Newton.
60.
We're starting to get one thing predictable in this group, and it's that John Walton probably won't be the man winning it, and we're going to see him
42.
for the full 5 days this week.
That side angle as well, you see him looking at the hand, the release, and he flexing that shot. I'm certain there's an issue here with his shoulder. And it was highlighted as well when we got that side angle on, the different angle of the darts entering the board. The darts are entering the board at different angles. Some are standing up like this, some was flat.
100.
It's always signs that something is wrong.
140.
Something going right for Wes Newton. Brilliant start from him. 180 followed by 140 in this second leg.
100. Wes, you require 121.
Won't be going for it, wouldn't imagine. Well, he went for the treble 17, but still doubt he would have gone for the bull. Do get in touch, by the way, if you are watching at MSS Darts, the Twitter handle. I've had a tweet from John in Melbourne watching. Just wants us to repeat
99.
the name of the ref.
Wes, you require 64.
Marco Meyer from the Netherlands. Doing a fine job.
24. John, you require 160.
Will he be calling game shot at the end of this outside attempt for John Walton? No, he won't. And it's not going well for Walton so far.
Can Wes Newton do a fine job?
Wes, you require 40.
This is for a holder throw. That is low.
No score.
That is low, and this time busts
John,
his
you
score.
require 64.
John Walton got an opportunity to get the throw back. He's 64 points away from that.
$32.
Look at the angle
Wes,
of
you
entry on those
require
darts. One's
40.
down, one. It's like a Taylor through one. One was through by Dowell Gurney. The other one was just aggressively upright.
Yeah, the two in the double 16.
Yeah,
In the
that's
single
game short in the
16 could have been
second
thrown
leg.
by Taylor
Wes
and
Newton.
Gurney. The one at the double could have been thrown by Matt Edgar because it missed. It's 2-0 Newton.
Third leg is John to throw first. Game on.
Marco gets leg 3 underway, but maybe is hampered by some kind of injury. We did see, as the man alongside me mentioned, him kind of flexing, stretching that
58.
shoulder behind Wes Newton earlier on.
The one thing I'm very good at is always picking out the positive, and even in that comment, I was
135.
mentioning the same sentence on TV as Phil Taylor and Dowell Gurney.
He's actually sat in that chair. Phil Taylor commentated a little bit on opening night, didn't he?
80.
Did say that he fancied a go.
And I've said, when that happens, I want the phone call because I want to be on the same week as Phil Taylor.
But this would have
96.
actually been quite an interesting week to put him in, but I don't think the other players in it would agree.
I think the players in this have probably had enough of Phil Taylor over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been
58.
a proper reunion then.
Players of my generation, which sort of just missed Phil Taylor, really want to get in that group with Phil Taylor, for sure. What a privilege that would
60.
be.
Did you play him at all?
Played him once, and I learnt a few things about him, and it doesn't matter how close you get to him, he doesn't matter, he doesn't care.
85.
I got quite close to him, and then he took out a 150 where he went ball 60 tops. And it just makes you think, like, he just feels so in control of you that it doesn't really matter.
96.
Puts you in your place early.
Yeah, like a cat just playing with a ball of string. It's like a foregone conclusion that Wes Newton's going to win this match. And
114.
Walton has really been the boy left behind in this group so far. But it's looking pretty competitive
74.
between the rest
John,
of
you
them.
require 120.
Can Walton make this match competitive?
Tops.
80.
That was a
Wes,
good
you
effort.
require
That
40.
was a well-thrown dart. Just puts it on the top wire.
Yeah, that's game
Wes
short in
puts
the
that
third
between the
line.
wires.
Wes Newton.
Breaks the throw for the second time in this game. Takes a 3-0 lead, and John Walton is looking in all sorts of
Forward line
problems.
against Wes to
He
throw
has
first.
lost now
Game on.
his last 8 legs.
Yeah, Newton's going to end up with the best leg difference after everybody has played 3 as well here. If he does get the job done in the next leg or 2.
54.
Said how that can come into play later on, and particularly in a group that's tight. We have seen players get through Group A on leg difference before.
81.
There were signs of better performance from John Walton in the last game. 85 average.
100.
And he was really methodical in that game. Very slow with that opening dart. And darts 2 and 3 are a lot faster
15.
here. And 5s is something I said at the start of the day I expect to see with this issue in the shoulder.
Yeah, it does look like he's struggling. He almost gesticulated
45.
at that dart while it was still in the air. John Walton. He knew that it was destined to join the other 2.
And we've got a couple of Yorkshiremen that watch. They
137.
might be able to help us out with this. I know Peter Jakes has tweeted me before, and Carl Wilkinson. If you're watching, guys, and you know anything, please do let me know.
78.
And Peter Jakes might be relieved to have his feet up. Watching after winning on Saturday.
You'll just be sat refreshing the bank account, seeing if the
£45.
£5,000 has cleared.
He is in Champions Week, the 11th of the 12 players to qualify. The last one will be crowned on Saturday
60.
night this week, live here on Sporty Stuff TV. Maybe one from this group. Could be Alan Norris, Barry Bates or Mark Layton from Group C, or Andy Jenkins, Paul
44.
Nicholson, or Richie
Wes,
Housen
you
from Group
require
B.
164.
Dark horse for the week there, I think. Richie Housen.
Wouldn't disagree. They're all in action from Thursday.
96.
Double sessions as always. 9:30 AM is darts o'clock every day from Monday to Friday, but we do have evening sessions Thursday, Friday, and then the finals on Saturday
99.
from
Wes,
10
you
PM.
require 68.
This is for the match. Should get a dart. Pick 16s. He's in the
43.
sevens. So John Walton,
John, you
if he can
require
stay
80.
straight, should get himself another dart here to put a leg on the board. He lost his last game 4-0.
40.
Could lose this one
Wes,
4-0
you
as well. Wes
require
Newton on 25
25
for the match.
2 8s.
Game.
And Wes
Shot. And the match.
completes the
Wes
whitewash.
Newton.
It's a second successive 4-0 defeat for John Walton, who gets a kiss on the cheek from Wes Newton. But it is not a happy day so far for John Boy. Back-to-back 4-0 defeats. Newton, but he was probably a little bit more dominant than the average suggests there. Really controlled the match from start to finish, and it's a win that actually takes him right to the top of the table on leg difference, splitting the players on 4 points. 4 of them, one of them is Gary Robson. He takes on Chris Mason next. If Mace can win that match, then we will have 5 players on 4 points in what is turning out to be a very competitive Group A here at the MODUS Super Series.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Wes Newton has just got his second victory of this session, a 4-0 whitewash victory over John Walton. And it really is worrying times for Walton at the moment. Just 2 legs from his 3 matches played so far. And as Matt Edgar mentioned, it looks like he's an issue with his shoulder. Doesn't look overly comfortable up on the oche early on in day 1. There you can see the averages: 77 from Newton, just 70 from Walton. 0 out of 3 on his checkout attempts, 30% on the outer ring from Newton in that one. He didn't really need to produce the levels that he did against O'Shea, but it was still very comfortable and very convincing. We can take a first look at the Group A table for today, and as you can see, there are 4 players currently on 4 points, and if Chris Mason can get the victory in this match, he will join them. It's already turning out to be a very competitive and very congested league table there. Chris Mason against Gary Robson is up next. Remarkable that despite his performances, that Mace still finds himself with just 1 victory from his opening matches. However, as I mentioned, he could join the others on 4 points if he is to win here, and it looks like it's already doom and gloom for Walton, who's just not been able to produce anything this morning so far. Of course, these two did meet at the last 64 of the 2001 World Masters. It was Mason who won that one by 2-0. So can he repeat that in this next match of the afternoon? It is in the company of Mason. Matt.
Well, Murph and Matt, even Abby, people will be pleased to know that I'm not on the stage throwing the darts for Chris Mason. That was always going to happen at some point. But Chris Mason is, well, you've been doing some number crunching, haven't you, Matt? And Chris Mason is, as Abby said, probably very unlucky to be in the position that we just saw him in the group.
Unlucky or harsh would be another word. A 90.96 running average for the day so far. That's after 3 matches. So we can call that a 91 average. That would be normally enough to win a Group A. And he finds himself 5th in the table. Maybe there's a bit of a target on his back this week.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
From what we've seen from the players so far, Chris Mason would be a strong favourite to win this, which he is. But he wasn't at the start of the day. Gary Robson was actually heavy favourite to win this
58.
one, but the movement has come. Obviously, on what we've seen so far, Chris Mason being very solid. The worst we've seen from Chris Mason so far today is that 86 average in defeat to Mark Dudbridge.
60.
Gary Robson hasn't hit that height once yet.
The pair of them met, as we
100.
keep seeming to say today, more than 20 years ago in the World Masters, a 2001 edition. And Mason got the better of Gary Robson on that
7.
occasion. Their only really notable meeting in their pro careers. He went on to be beaten in the last 16 by your good friend and practice partner, Kevin Painter.
When I say
81.
issues here, I'm looking at the Gary Robson hand, and then he's doing the shoulder flexing. I would now hazard a guess here, and this is a guess based on what I'm
100.
seeing. Gary Robson struggling with a bit of circulation, as if his hands a bit tense or cold. Obviously, if the hand is cold,
92.
it's not going to open quick enough. And you're going to get that flick of the wrist, which is where we're getting these 5 and 1s.
Maybe just rubbed his hands together behind Chris Mason there, because certainly striking hot now.
With that big movement that he was doing at the back, where you're moving the arm almost like a wing, flapping a wing. If you watch Bear Grylls, he says,
Gary, you
that's what
require
you should do to get that
154.
circulation going, get the blood into the hand to warm it instantly and get the movement going.
What I did say to you earlier was, you know, are you aware
80.
of your own faults and
Chris,
how
you
to correct them?
require
You admitted
70.
your stubbornness in that department. What's impressive about that is Robson may have identified a problem and corrected it as soon as he's realised what it is.
Well,
Yeah,
that's the thing with
game
knowledge,
short in
isn't
the
it? It's
first
like a
leg.
toolbox.
Chris Mason.
And if you just have a little bit of knowledge, and you might not use it straight away, but you can just put it in your box and put it in your box. And you never know when you're going to need that little bit of knowledge
Second
or
leg, it's
information.
Gary to throw first.
Just
game on.
like listening to this, for example, might have just gave one person that little thing to consider. Either that movement, like Bear Grylls alluded to, or a hand warmer. You know, Glenn Durrant keeps a hand warmer in his dart case at all times for that exact reason.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Chris Mason has been red hot today. You mentioned running at an average of more than 90 going into this. It's a 180. He's third of the day.
41.
To kick off his first leg against a throw. And Gary Robson may have needed to get a little bit warmer. Well, Chris Mason has obliged and turned up the heat.
83.
He thought about it, didn't he? He got the 180, he got the treble 20. He sat lovely in the top of the bed, and then you saw the smile on the face.
59.
I don't think that sometimes Chris Mason necessarily gets enough credit for how good a player he was. He has just become known as this
100.
commentator and pundit for, you know, a good 15 years or so now. But he did win 5 PDC ranking titles. That's difficult to do, along with the 3
Chris, you require
he won in the BDO and
138.
WDF system as well.
You've got to think there'll only ever be one world champion a year, so there's going to be a lot of quality players that can't be judged over that one way of judging
114.
Again, we'd say about Gary Robson and potential throws. There's a bounce coming into the throw now as well. I'm expecting to see a few more over to that right-hand side, the sort of one area.
Chris, you require 24.
Chris will be aware of that and can try and capitalise.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
double
leg.
12.
Chris Mason.
Averages again. Chris Mason well over the 90. 96.97.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Chris Mason average. A 180. 2 out of 3 on the doubles. And there is no signs of him stopping. I said in the last game, the thing I've been impressed with Chris Mason about is consistency. He's the only player
82.
in the field that is showing it.
He doesn't have the points to show for it yet, but as we mentioned before this game, got underway. If he wins this
100.
match, 5 players will be tied on 4 points. Of course, this pair will have played 1 more than everybody else.
Legs.
60.
A 4-0 victory over John Walton. He can do similar here. Yes, he won't be on the points tally he would have
81.
wanted, but he'd have got the legs on the board early, which means if he gets those wins, even if they're scrappy wins, they are going to be very valuable wins. As we look at the Mason throw here, very balanced.
85.
Needs that little bit of extra muscle mass.
Do know we have a few darts players watching, as we always do. Stephen Bunting
43.
let us know on Twitter that he's enjoying watching the action today. A few of the players that he was playing with when he first started out and appeared on the scene as something of a teenage prodigy. Hope you well, Stephen.
100.
Very good one, actually. I grew up in the same era as Stephen Bunting, was the same age, and around that time everything was about Stephen Bunting, really, in the youth days. Literally mopped
45.
up everything.
Yeah, great player. Went on to win at the Lakeside, of course, and did great things in the PDC, and I still think he can do great things in the PDC.
95.
There was one title he didn't win, though. That was the Yorkshire Classic Youth Championship.
Do I need to ask who won that?
Well, I actually won that one myself, and I did about 3 laps of the
Chris
room.
requires 79.
And then I got tired, so I had to stop.
Oh, rightly so. We might see a few laps from Chris Mason if he carries
59.
on performing at this level. And there's no reason to suggest that he won't. We mentioned it before. Of all the players in the field, you think he would be the one that will have the staying power as the day goes on.
134. Chris, you require 20.
This to put him 1 leg away from the
That's game
match.
short in a third leg.
This
Chris
is class
Mason.
from Chris Mason. the average is still over 90. His running average for the day is over 90. And you
Forward
sort of
targets,
feel
carry the
that
throw
if he gets a
first.
4-0
Game
here,
on.
it'll almost be justice.
Yeah, if he does do that, in terms of the table, he'd actually go to
18.
second place all of a sudden from 5th. That is how close it is in the early stages. Nobody running away with it just yet. And we did say at the start of the day that it's going to be about hanging around today, making sure you're still in contention.
60.
If they are tightly grouped together, I think it looks like Chris Mason is the one who is capable of putting a run of results together over the next couple of days.
And again, we're
43.
losing darts right.
In a strange way, Gary Robson probably has to be the happiest with his haul from his first 2 matches,
96.
because from his first 3 matches, sorry, because he has been one of the poorer performers of the group, yet has a couple of points, a couple of wins to his name.
41.
And the other thing you've mentioned, the potential injury problems and other physical issues that might be coming into play for players, surely they're only going to
125.
cause more of a problem as each day goes on.
Yeah, you'd expect the performances to weaken as it goes, wouldn't you? And I think Gary Robson's
40.
showing us some signs here that he's suffering a little bit as well. John Walton showing us signs. These players are going to be here all week as well, so if you don't win this group, you'll go into Group B or C, depending on where you finish in the table.
The only one that won't be will be the one who wins Group A. They'll have their feet up watching the action. Or maybe in Chris Mason's case, he'll get a couple of days
50.
in comms if he wants
Chris,
it.
you require 120.
This for the match. A little smile from Chris Mason, but it won't
80.
matter. Won't matter one bit. Gary Robson hasn't been at the races, hasn't had a dart at double in this match. Didn't have against Tony O'Shea either.
That would be the concerning
140.
thing if
Chris, you
you're
require
Gary Robson at this
40.
point.
Game, shot, and a match. Chris Mason.
And it is a second successive 4-0 defeat for Gary Robson, as Chris Mason once again averages more than 90. That's about where he's been all day, that 91 mark. 4 out of 6 on the doubles for May. Started off with that 70 checkout to win all 4 legs against Robson and move up to second in the table on leg difference behind Wes Newton. But 5 players all have 4 points, with John Walton yet to record a victory. Coming next, though, whoever wins will go top, clear, 2 points clear of the rest of the field. Wes Newton and Mark Dudbridge will do battle after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Chris Mason with yet another average in excess of 90, another superb performance. Do you think he's starting to put a little bit of pressure on himself now at this stage?
No, he looks as relaxed as ever when I just walked through there, but he also looks really confident now, and he should be. You know, he's throwing some darts that would win most Group A's. He's now at a 91 average for the day. That's over 4 games. Consistent darts, and 2 wins of 4-0 is going to give him a good leg difference as well. So if he can start putting some points on the board, he's going to be clear favourite to win this, which will be a complete flip around from where the bookies expected him to be.
And that's the case, isn't it? Because he has been the most consistent performer of this session so far. He might be looking at the table and thinking, how have I only got 4 points? How am I only level with the other players in the field?
If it wasn't Chris Mason, I'd agree. But Chris Mason knows better than to worry too much about that. He's seen these groups unfold from all sorts of positions, and he'll be happy with where he is. And you said the word there, consistency. He's the only player in the field so far that is showing that, and if he can keep that going, the table will change in his favour.
And of the 5 players on 4 points at the moment, who do you think is going to be the happiest to be on 4 points?
I mean, Gary Robson should be quite happy on 4 points so far, because realistically we've not seen anything like his best, and it looks like he's struggling as well. The release is all off and he's not able to adjust, and there's potential issues there in terms of an injury as well. So he's got to be delighted to be on 4 points, because he's certainly not played at a level that would suggest he should be on 4 points.
And we've mentioned that Chris Mason is probably the most consistent at the moment. Nobody is running away with this group. If it wasn't to be Chris Mason, who do you think could maybe join him at that level?
Tony O'Shea's shown us some really good bits, but everyone's shown us bits in parts, haven't they? And that's why we're talking about Chris so much, because he's shown that consistency. Everyone's shown us that they've got enough in there, and you don't have to be great for 3-4 hours. You've just got to be good for 10-15 minutes in this, and you can start racking up some points.
And just a quick word on John Walton, because you noticed a bit of a shoulder injury potentially. How are you feeling now to be the only player yet to pick up any points? That's starting to hurt a little bit more, isn't it?
If you don't trust it and you don't rely on it, you don't know when you're going to turn it round. He'll be looking around the room now thinking, where are my points going to come from? He might look over at Gary Robson and think, well, maybe that's my opportunity there, but that's the last game of this session. And when you get to there, and if you've lost 4 already, it gets harder and harder as it goes.
Right then, we have 5 more matches to bring you of this opening session of week 12. Let's get into it. It's Dudbridge against Newton. Over to you, Murph.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, and I can tell you that Chris Mason certainly is very relaxed and not putting pressure on himself. He did pop into the commentary box for a little chin wag while you were doing that link there, and he said, you know, he's kind of achieved his ambition. He wasn't putting any pressure on himself at all coming into this week. He wanted to make sure he won a couple of games at least. He's done that, but I think deep down he'll now be thinking, not only can he be competitive in this group, he could win it. This pair will have something to say about it. The sickener really for Chris Mason, you mentioned that he probably will feel he should be on more points, was that Dudbridge defeat when Mark took out that 98. Mason was waiting to win that leg, could have led it more convincingly, but he's in a good spot, as are this pair, and as I said before the break, whoever wins it will find themselves top of the table, at least temporarily, ahead of the Tony O'Shea John Walton match, which on evidence so far you would expect O'Shea to win. This one, though, I'm not sure who to expect to win. What about you, Matt?
First lag is Wes
I don't think I can
first.
add too much into
Game
that column, to be honest. I think this is, like every game really, is down to who plays better at the moment, but I think this is just who can find enough consistent
65.
scores. Someone who could back up something big. We've seen big things from both so far. A 158 finish from Wes Newton, a 160 finish from Mark Dudbridge. They both hit some 180s. They both hit big legs.
57.
But they don't tend to follow it with more of the same, which is something that back in the day when they was at the very best, these was 2 of the more consistent performers. They weren't people that you'd expect to see hitting the 108s, 107s, those sort of averages. They made their ranking and their position in the world of darts over good, solid, consistent, hard to beat
100.
They actually played once just down the road in Hayling Island at a PDC Pro Tour event, Wes Newton and Mark Dudbridge. That was in a a semi-final back in 2007. They've played just about as much as any duo in the field this week. Newton got the better of Dudbridge on that occasion. But it's, you know, a fairly even split. Newton edging the head-to-head slightly.
59.
Mentioned he's been playing a little bit on the ADC. I've found that his average there, he's ranked 41 and he's running just shy of an 83. Mark Dudbridge, that is. He's performing higher than that today so far. His average is 86.32 in beating John Walton in the opening game of the day. Followed that with an 87.22, losing to Gary Robson. And an 85.03 in beating Chris Mason.
44.
And that includes
Wes
13 missed darts
97.
at the double. So, certainly shown enough at times.
88 remaining here for Wes Newton. Treble 20 for double 14.
Yeah, that's game short.
Nicely cleaned up by the Warrior.
Newton.
There's 4 matches
Second
left to come
leg
after
is
this one. As I
Martha
mentioned,
Throw
O'Shea against
game
Walton. Then maybe a really big one between Wes Newton and Chris Mason, particularly if Wes does get over the line in this game.
95.
Walton against Robson. And then another potentially big one between Dudbridge and O'Shea, because you could still see a situation where 4 players are tied on the same amount of points at the end of the day.
59.
Wes Newton, the Warrior. Hasn't always been the Warrior, though. This was a second version of the nickname for Wes
60.
Newton. Can you remember the first one?
Can't say I can, to be honest. Enlighten me.
It was probably one of the worst nicknames that existed, and it was simply Avit.
Yeah.
78.
A-V, it. And he had it on the back of his shirt. I believe it came from the day Peter Kay did a TV advert where they was doing tap-ups in the park, and he just booted it as Avit. I think it came from that era.
97.
Yeah, I can see why maybe the powers that be, when they put him in the Premier League, thought, let's come up with a different branding for Wes.
He can't
59.
reference an advert from the mid-90s for the rest of your life, and otherwise we'll still be getting a bit of what's that?
We spoke about the title-winning proficiency of Chris Mason in the PDC earlier on, as Dudbridge fires in a 180. Wes Newton himself, 7 Pro Tour titles, plus the European Tour win as well.
Requires 69.
The interesting thing with Wes Newton is when you look at the latter stages of a PDC major event, that's quarters, semis, finals, you can't find
29.
a title
Wes require 167.
that is a major ranking title or a valuable title, or a title that's played on TV that does not have him on that roll of honour.
95. Mark, you require 40.
Dudbridge has been in the biggest finals on the biggest stages himself. But he might be offering an opportunity here to Newton.
30.
He is.
Wes
More
requires
misses
72.
for Mark, allowing Newton a chance. The last 3 games have all gone 4-0. And Wes Newton now needs double 16 to break through here.
56. Mark, you require 10.
5s. Or we can choose to split. Going straight for it. That's a good lie. Hits the barrel. This goes in.
No score. Wes
And again.
requires 60.
Yeah, well, it did hit the barrel, but he couldn't believe it, that it didn't manage to find its way, and you could not have fitted a piece of paper between that dart and the double. And Wes Newton's got a similar problem here. Now, it's not a good lie for him because his darts lean over, don't they, from that side,
8.
and make it very difficult
Mark,
to see much of the
require
target.
10.
Yeah, we had to go to the old venue in Southampton to throw that one.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
That's
leg.
better. We won't be getting a
Dudbridge.
4th straight whitewash of the day, though we weren't expecting that. That was for sure. Yeah, this is where we can get a little bit of
Third leg is
Matthew
Wes throw
Edgar's
first. Game on.
coaching analysis. What is it that causes Wes Newton's darts to lean across? We don't really see it from that camera angle as much as
100.
It actually is, but it's been the case for him for as long as I can remember that his darts will lean from left to right.
There's a couple of issues there, really. So one of it comes, whatever we do in the body will tend to come out on the other side, because if that's the process, it's got to be the outcome. And you'll see there's a bit of a lean over to the side, over to the right. It sort of sinks into the throw,
82.
arches the back, and sort of creates that bit of an arch. The other thing is the angle of the dart in the hand on that drawback goes violently up in the hand, so the point sticks up quite high. So if the point's coming out of the hand quite high up, it's got to replicate the other side when it does that rainbow arc that the dart travels on. It's got to, if it's going to start an aggressive arc, it's got to finish at an aggressive arc as well.
26.
We just got a little glimpse of it with the first couple of darts that he threw there. The third one actually seems pretty straight in the ball, which suggests he threw it differently to how he normally does.
100.
Now you can see that the flight's leaning over to that side.
If he brought the thumb down the barrel, you tend to find it to go a bit flatter, a bit like Darryl Gurney.
58.
When Darryl Gurney throws he wants 60 and he wants to leave it he moves his hand down the barrel so it kicks the back end of the dart down.
What he does do a lot, Wes Newton, or what he did do a lot when he was in that heyday that you mentioned, going deep in all the PDC majors, was use that dart to bounce off. Treble 18 would leave the ball here.
Yeah,
he's had a few of those today. These kind of
Dudbridge.
finishers that just nick the leg away from his opponent. Chris Mason, we mentioned when he saw him hit that 98 when Mason was waiting, and now it's a 1-2-3 on the bullseye from Mark Dudbridge. These flash finishers could prove to be the difference at the end of the day.
Snuck that in the top corner there, like a
One on
player would both appreciate, a prime Benito Carbone.
Oh, absolutely.
58.
Was not expecting that reference today.
Managed to play at Villiers and Sheffield Wednesday.
59.
He actually had his own song at Aston Villa. He done a little CD. It cost £3.99.
You were going to give us a few bars?
Who fills?
180.
Speaking of Phil, where's fills it up?
I think 1 bars is enough for anyone, isn't it?
58. 99.
It's good rallying this from Wes Newton. Choosing not to be hurt by that 1-2-3 and just trying to rectify the situation by breaking back immediately.
96. West you require 164.
I think he would be hurt by a 1-4-8.
Not out of the reach of Dudbridge. We've seen him do a 160 in his opening game.
100.
4-2 victory over John Walton.
Mark you require 148.
Same thing here. He needs 2 treble 20s for a poke at the double.
You could just see Wes Newton in the background limbering up. He knows this is a big shot in the context of this match. Because Dudbridge has 3 darts at double.
64.
If he doesn't hit.
Very quick to the hockey.
44. Mark you require 32.
He was stood waiting, and then Dudbridge struggled to get his dart out, so he stood with his arm up for quite a bit. Just a bit of unnecessary tension on the shoulder.
16. West you require 20. Yeah, that's game short and a 4.
There we go.
Wes Newton.
Newton levels up, and he does have the throw in 2 of the last 3 legs.
5th flag is West to throw first. Game on. $135.
Starting to find the treble 20s a bit more regular. Wes Newton's average is
85.
slowly creeping up. Mark Dudbridge's average is slowly creeping down, which often means only one thing.
135.
We're coming to the point where the next few games will be the last for many of the
100.
players. O'Shea and Walton aside, they have 2 left, but just give us your thoughts on what you've learned today.
51.
We'll keep going on about him, but we have to. We've learnt that Chris Mason can still throw darts. And he can throw darts not just at a level that he's going to win him games, but could win him the group, could win him the week, and could, come February, win him a world title.
You go that far to say that that standard is
41.
good enough for him to go and not just compete at the seniors, but maybe take the world title?
Well, if we look at a 91 running average for the day,
140. West you require 139.
95 is enough that if you time that right against the right opponent and get those seeds out the way, you could certainly lift the title.
And he, by winning this week, could be at Champions Week, where the current holder, Robert Thornton, won't be, having lost in the final on Saturday night.
103. Mark you require 76.
Right, 76 for Dudbridge to break again. Gets 2 darts. Help or hindrance. Didn't
60.
go near it.
West you require
2 darts
36.
on the wire allows Wes Newton to edge ahead.
Yeah,
And he
that's
has
game short than the
edged
fifth
ahead.
flag. Wes
Newton leads 3-2.
You see what it means to him there, growling at the board.
6 flag, it's Mark to throw
James
first.
Richardson-esque.
Game on.
From the young man of the group.
It's been a close contest, this one.
92.
Those averages are going to be competitive in most matches, but as you
100.
said, it's still some 8 or 9 points off that the pace setter in terms of standard is producing in this group.
57.
Whoever wins this match will be the pace setter in terms of points, and that's more important.
100.
In nowhere in darts do you ever get paid for an average. Get paid for wins.
60.
Actually, that's quite an interesting point, because you do have had in the past prize funds for 9 dart finishes. We'll have one, in fact, next week here at the Super Series. But
82.
what do you think about having a prize fund for breaking the record of the average, the highest average? Because that's likely to roll on for longer. The highest average on TV is 123.4, set by Michael van Gerwen in the Premier League about 4 or 5 years ago now.
I remember on the Pro Tour they used to have a rolling fund, didn't they? I think it was like £250 for a 9 dart, and if it didn't hit, they just added £250
Mark
to
you
it.
require
And I believe it
152.
went up to something like 15,000 or 16,000.
Well, he's at it again, Mark Dudbridge.
120.
Not quite completed this time. The other story on that is a player involved in the action later this week in Alan Norris, when they had a TV rolling prize fund. And he went on and on and on, £5,000 added throughout
Mark
the year for every event.
32.
And he goes and hits one on board 2 at Minehead and seals the £35,000, taking away the fund before the World Championship.
Yeah, that's game short than the 6 flag.
Well, that story about that rolling prize fund on the Pro Tour, I believe it went to something like 15, 16. It went up quite a bit. And there was a player who was sliding down it. It wasn't a well-known player. I think, digging into my memory, I think it was Dave Askew.
Who holds our record for the highest average here at the Super Series.
That was
Jason Askew, sorry.
Yeah. So it was Dave Askew, his dad. And I think he did the 9 darter. And there was, it's big money for me, in the situation he was in and everything. And then I think that same weekend, Colin Lloyd hit one. Then Terry Jenkins hit one. And he had to split it 3 ways.
Wow.
41.
Pretty sure that's if the story didn't go like it was very close to that. But yeah, he thought he was in for the big payday.
180.
Well, what timing that is from Mark Dudbridge. What a response it could be from Wes Newton.
140.
Two players that are chasing the big payday this week, £5,000 for the winner.
And one of them is about to put themselves in pole position to win this group.
65.
Very early days, of course. 3 days of action in Group A, but you'd rather be at the top being chased than being behind chasing. And Mark Dudbridge has had a penchant for taking out 3-figure combinations so far, including one in this match, that brilliant bullseye finish for 1, 2, 3. Wes Newton is persevering here.
60.
The 60
Mark,
leaves
you require
160. Could have gone
116.
for a different segment and left a more difficult finish, but had more chance of hitting a treble.
Well, Mark can't finish this now. He can set it up nicely. A single 5 with the opening dart left in 111. The treble leaves in 54. So looks like he might be setting up
76.
tops. He does.
West, you require
Dudbridge
160.
took this 160 out in the opening game. Wes will not retaliate. So after just 12 darts, Mark
95.
Dudbridge will return for tops
Mark,
of the
you
match.
require 40.
So often this game is about timing, and his has been spot on throughout the
Game,
day.
shot,
And once
and a
again,
match.
he
Mark
strikes
Dudbridge.
at the right time and gets over the line against Wes Newton, pinning tops to move to the top of the Group A table. A mid-80s average there for Mark Dudbridge. The pivotal point in the match, really, that 1, 2, 3 check out. A brilliant bullseye finish from him, and then going on to win in 15 darts to get his 3rd win from his 4 matches today and pull clear at the top of the table. Tony O'Shea will be looking to join him if he can get the better of the so far pointless John Walton after the break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Mark Dudbridge has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Wes Newton by 4 legs to 3 in that one. Dudbridge frustrating his opponent early on, and a real key moment in that one, that 1, 2, 3 on the ball to go 2-1 up and nick the leg away from Newton, who was sat on a much easier out. His 2nd tumbless finish of the day to go along with that 160, of course, in his opening match of the day. Wes started to find 2 treble visits with more regularity, as he also started to show more of a clinical edge at the back end of legs and moved to within 1 of the victory. But Dudbridge had a dart for a 1.52 before returning to pin 8-8 and force a decider, and in that going off 140, 180 and wrapped it up on tops with a 15 dart leg. As you can see, many darts missed at double from Dudbridge in that one, 16 in total. That's something that's been a real key for him in his victories. Despite the wins, of course, he has had to have multiple opportunities at the outer ring. Next up then, we've got Tony O'Shea against John Walton. Of course, John Walton, the only pointless player in Group A at the moment. And as the guys in commentary have mentioned, he does look like he's struggling with a bit of a shoulder injury at the moment. 2 players who've played on multiple occasions in big tournaments. O'Shea coming out on top in their last 32 meeting of the 2013 World Championships. Will he come out on top in this one as well? He is, of course, the player who's been playing the better of the 2 so far in this opening session of Group A. Will he come out on top in this one? Let's rejoin the lads in commentary.
Thank you, Abby. Well, I would suggest that it's a strong likelihood that Tony O'Shea will come out on top, because he has produced decent stuff so far today, and it's worrying for Walton so far. As Matthew Edgar alongside me has been saying, it does look like he's got some kind of issue, whether that be a long-standing one or something new. There's a lot of shoulder action that is causing darts to drift, and he's in danger of getting cut adrift at the bottom of the table.
Tony O'Shea in his last game, 4-0 victory over Gary Robson, someone else who started struggling as well. So there's certainly going to be no friendships or allegiance here. Tony O'Shea will be looking to blow this one out 4-0 the same and get the points on the board and get that leg difference in his column, because Chris Mason's breathing down his neck on that one after Chris Mason's done the 4-0 over Robson and Walton himself.
100.
Abby mentioned that meeting at the 2013 World Championship at the Lakeside, where Tony went on to reach the final for the 3rd time. Lost out to Scott Waite, another great Yorkshireman
97.
on that occasion. It's interesting when you talk to Tony O'Shea about being the eternal darting bridesmaid, really. He says that he looks at it a slightly different way to how most pundits and commentators would talk about it, in that they would say, you know, he always seemed to fall short in the final. He said, well, hang on a minute. Getting to the final is 66. An achievement in itself that not many people ever experience.
Exactly that. We all look at... It's easier when you evaluate someone else's career to almost look at it through a negative, or
100.
to look at what they could have done or should have done and all these coulda, woulda, shouldas. But actually, a lot of the time, when you look back at your own career and take stock of what you've done and the achievements you've got,
92.
sometimes you don't know what that player would envision is an achievement. For some people, you look at, oh, well, you had a tour card, you lost it after 2 years. Well, actually, to some people,
60.
that's the pinnacle for them. That's their achievement. I got a tour card. I was on the professional tour for 2 years, or whatever that might be.
You look at probably the biggest example, Dieter Hedman, who's won
57.
more titles than anybody, barring Phil Taylor, but not the big one at the Lakeside.
We look at John Walton. We spoke already about his county days. 243 caps. That casts over a minimum 27 years. It's likely to be more, because that would mean he'd have to have played every single game for 27 years. It's likely to be more like 32, 33 years. That's some serious commitment to a series of events that don't really have any sort of prize money. So it's financial and time commitments.
127. Tony, you require
the love of the
90.
game. Not sure how much he'd be loving the game so far today, but he's put himself in a position to punish if O'Shea can't
43.
bend the ball, which he can't.
John, you require 62.
He hasn't had many darts at a double recently. But he should get one here. Gets his choice. Picks the 16s. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that's
He hits the 16s with the first dart in hand. Gets a leg on the board. Lost his last game 4-0 against Wes Newton. The game before that, he lost 4-0 against Chris Mason.
John the throw first.
He's now got a leg on the board.
He hadn't won any legs since the very first game of the day. So we're talking
41.
probably like 3.5 hours ago.
100.
A long time to be legless.
Just gets harder and harder, doesn't it, when the negative's
43.
in there. Just grows and grows, like planting a seed in the brain.
100.
Started this one well, 41-43. So he's surrendered that advantage he's just earned himself. Taking out that 62.
140.
Although that puts him back in this, he's still surrendered the advantage of throw. If Tonio can hit something.
43.
Maybe they're kind of mirroring the leg here. Ton for Tony, and then 43, 41, 43.
177.
But John, never mind mirroring the leg. He's smashing it all of a sudden. 140, 177.
99. John, you require
He's done it
100.
again. The third time today, he's deliberately left himself on the bogey with bad switching.
90.
I don't fancy him to take this out. It is something, isn't it, that is more
44.
prevalent in some of the
John,
older
you
players.
require 10.
Expect him to split this. He did it earlier.
No score.
Expect him to go for the split
Tony,
because
you
with
require
that bit of a shot, you're not going to
115.
enjoy darts at the top. Those 5, the 1, the 20.
I do wonder if he'll employ the same tactic if he gets another go. He will get another go because O'Shea's also missed the big number.
83. John, you require 10.
Having just missed a big number, does he think about going straight for it? Well, there's the answer.
6.
That's why he'd
Tony, you
avoided it
require
before.
32.
Because you're likely to go low.
Tony O'Shea is likely to go level.
24.
But he hasn't managed it.
John, you require 4.
Bit of a miss-a-thon at the end of this leg. Big numbers and the doubles.
No score.
And that's another in the wrong bed.
Tony, you require
To level
8.
it up. Get us back where we started. Tony O'Shea throwing first. Although it would then go down to a best of 5 rather than
That's
best of
game short in
7.
the second leg.
And he gets
Tony
over the
O'Shea.
line in the end with 22 darts. But all things are back level. We're just a little bit closer to the finishing line.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Finishing line is very close to fishing line, which is where Richie Howson is at the moment. He's just tweeted in to let us know he's actually having a bit of fishing and watching the darts. We'll be seeing him later on in the week. He'll be joining us.
140.
Ah, I get it now. I saw him tweet watching from the bank. I wondered what he was doing in HSBC. That might be where Peter Jakes is watching from.
140.
He doesn't strike me as someone who's got online internet banking as of yet. Been there hassling the manager. Has it landed yet? Got me money.
95.
Might be plenty more to land as well. £20,000 on offer next week. Don't forget the first ever Champions Week at the new look MODUS Super Series. A record prize fund attached to it as well.
95.
One of the players involved this week will join the lineup. I know that you were chatting to Abby about the field at the start of the show, and you said that you felt Graham Hall was a bit of a dark horse.
41.
He's interesting, isn't he? Because he's winning a lot, and when you're winning, winning's easy. It's not tiresome going to darts when you're winning all the time. You enjoy going. When you're
80.
up against it and someone's hitting you, you almost relish the battle of it rather than hoping they'll miss or looking for an opportunity because you just know it's going to come.
I wanted you just to listen to this list quickly. Dave Pallett, Mike Warburton,
65.
Jan Van Veen, Josh Payne, Neil Duff, Stephen Burton, David Pallett again, Ryan Finesse, Aaron Monk, Josh Payne again, and Robert Thornton. They're the runners-up of each week of this stage.
130.
Just
Tony
shows that
Uruguay 160.
Tungsten talent showcased here at the Super Series.
60. John Uruguay 56.
This for 2-1 to Walton. Well, that is a wild one, and you made the point from the first match, to be fair, about that drift to the left, and it's happened at a very crucial moment there, which is probably when it's most likely to happen.
The shot before, he went for the 10s, and I didn't like that play. I would have gone on the ball if I was him. The 25 would have given him the shot, the 41, the 9 for the double 16. The ball would have left him on the 8s. I think he'd be better off suited to this side of the board, the
60.
lower section.
John Uruguay 32.
Well, now he is on that section. And that's a decent dart.
Yeah, that's game short.
He's
in the
used it
third round.
perfectly.
John Walton.
Edgar's expert advice proving to be on the money.
Very, very good at
Forward
talking
lag
the game
is John
of
the throw
darts.
first. Game on.
Well, it was interesting actually watching Nathan Aspinall at the World Grand Prix last night, because he was having a torrid time at times on double top, and he made the decision to switch to double 16 in that final.
26.
A lot of players wouldn't do that, they'd just persevere.
Stubbornness, isn't it? Dart player stubbornness. Terrible for it. And we all think we know
100.
better. A lot of the time we won't listen to reason. Would prefer to do it on feel.
Well, after this match, every player will have played 4 games. They'll have 1 each left to play today. If John Walton manages to win it, it means that Mark Dudbridge will be clear at the top of the table.
140.
If Tony O'Shea turns it around, he will be top of the table on leg difference with 6 points, along with Mark Dudbridge. Wes Newton, Chris Mason and Gary Robson all have 4.
41.
Just looks
140.
nice and easy when Tony O'Shea gets everything in sync, everything moving. He could just work on his
81.
maths a little bit in
Tony
his numbers. You know, he's got what,
121.
is he 61 years old at the moment, so
Yeah, I don't think there's any desire to go to night college.
maybe in
57.
another 10 years' time or so, he'll get the numbers right.
$44. Tony Uruguay
Wonder if he'll still be playing
64.
then. Looking at the Beatles shot here, when I'm 64, Tony O'Shea.
48.
Sure, he will still be playing then.
I think that's one of the things that the seniors tour's done, hasn't it? Is give people an opportunity to extend their careers now, because there's plenty of other opportunities
100.
now to play darts
Tony
rather than just
Uruguay
chasing down
16.
the professional ranks.
An interesting lack of arithmetic there from his opponent that time.
No score.
Second dart should have been going to the 18 segment. And it's giving your opponent opportunities, isn't it? It's guaranteeing they'll get opportunities that they might not have
58.
got.
Tony
You
Uruguay
might say in this
16.
match it evens itself out.
No score.
No, I never felt like that was
John
likely.
Uruguay 110.
Well, there is a severe bout of double trouble happening in this match for Tony O'Shea. How likely do you feel this is?
Well, normally when things aren't going right, when you've got 3 in hand, it's the combination shots that tend to go.
43. Tony Uruguay 16.
Have another go, Tony O.
Don't miss outside. If you're going to miss inside and go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's
Go
game
in, that's
short in the
better.
forward
That's
line.
even better.
Tony
And go
O'Shea.
level, Tony. 2-2. It's been one of the poorer performances from Tony O'Shea, but that largely
Fifth flag,
down
it's Tony to throw first.
to the trouble he's having
3-1.
on the outer ring.
Doesn't need to find much here, does he? He's just got to find a couple of visits, and that should be enough to separate the two.
41.
At the moment, they're not separated on the scoreboard. They're not really separated in the averages.
You can see there, O'Shea
36.
slightly outscoring John Walton from those stats, but Walton is having more darts that are not finding the 20 segment at all, although
44.
O'Shea's had his fair few.
Don't know if you spotted there, John Walton was symbolising that he was turning the wrist. Again, further sign there's something not right in the shoulder, because it's the brain trying to
21.
get more movement in there, get a bit more pace in. We'll see that rotation of the wrist, or the other sign of that is what will happen is the body will start to turn to try and generate that bit more force. Imagine
24.
throwing a ball from a standard position, then throwing a ball when you turn and rotate the hips. It's going to go a lot further. If the brain's thinking we're upping a bit short, it's going to find a way to
81.
generate a bit more force, and that's the first treble after 18 darts in this leg from the pair.
60.
Yeah, the standard is not superb in this match. In fact, it's quite the opposite, and that is what is giving John Walton a chance. His level has not been much better than this throughout the day, but Tony O'Shea
30.
has been up and down. We've seen some really good stuff, and now we're seeing the other side.
We're now starting to see frustration kicking for John
100.
Walton, which tends to find it doesn't make things better.
The three matches left to
58.
come see O'Shea go up against Mark Dudbridge in what could be a clash of the two players at the top of the table to see who will have a 4 out of 5 record at the end of the day.
83.
Walton will go up against Gary Robson, which could actually see Gary Robson, despite himself losing his last 2 matches 4-0, end the day on 6
105.
points, which
Tony
would be a
149.
fantastic return for him. And then Chris Mason takes on Wes Newton after this.
Especially considering Gary Robson's lost his last 2 games 4-0. 4-0 to
59.
Chris Mason and 4-0
John
to Tony
Uruguay
O'Shea.
170. $60.
Well, all the doubles
Tony Uruguay
missed
90.
by Tony O'Shea in this match started with a missed bullseye for a 90 checkout. This time he gets a go at double 5.
85.
But he still
John Uruguay,
misses. And Walton has
110.
another chance at a 3-figure combo.
Will need a treble. Misses, so Tony O'Shea will return for 5
50.
to take the lead for the first
Tony
time in this
Uruguay,
match.
5.
And for the first hold of throw in this match as well. 2s. Awkward. Goes right.
Yeah, that's getting
Hits
short.
it. That's a great dart from Tony O'Shea. Came around that dart that was stood up and blocked at least half of the bed there. He's found a way past the flight, and he's gone into the double and takes the lead for the very first time.
Tony O'Shea hasn't been
96.
much better than John Walton in this match, but I think he has been better, and that's what he's done so far today. He's won the matches in which he's been better than his opponent. It's not always the case. People will say the best player always wins, but certainly in this
81.
short format, it's not always how it pans out. You would suggest, though, the best player will win the group over the 3 days.
40.
And at the moment, that best player is head and shoulders above everybody else, which is Chris Mason.
And that in itself tells a tale, because he's not the one top of the table.
100.
Should I rephrase that to the rank outsider at the start of the day? The 16-1 rank outsider for Group A.
Yeah, should we follow that narrative now?
100.
Just this shock display from Chris Mason that nobody saw coming.
60.
Well, I'll be honest, I didn't see this coming from Tony O'Shea, this level. Almost like he's been, and again, I mean this with no disrespect, but dragged down to that level of his opponent.
You get this.
95.
So as a player, you see this as an opportunity, and you see it as an opportunity, but you also worry that at any point it could change. So it puts you in a very strange place. He would rather be playing someone going up there hitting him with everything.
John, you require 170.
That tells you everything. He hits his first 180 of the match and reacts to it with almost disdain. Where have you been? Well, it might have just set up a match-winning finish for him, but boy, has he been put under pressure.
Bit awkward. He's going to have to come round just to get the single. I like that.
60. John, you require
Like that play.
36.
Go right up the top. He had to come right round just to try and get the single there, so it would have blocked it even further. It's an awkward switch to the nines on the high end of the board, which is not where he's found much success.
18.
And this could be
Tony,
it.
you require 20.
There has been no success at all for John Walton in terms of wins today at the Super Series.
No score.
But Tony O'Shea offers a way back
John,
into
you
this
require
match as his
18.
woes on the outer ring continue.
21 darts at the double so far. Tony O'Shea's hit 3. And Walton will be hoping to hit 3 on the
that's game
twos.
short and a
And
6
takes us
flag.
all
John
the way
Walton.
to a deciding leg. One more leg of darts to see who wins this match. Be Tony O'Shea with the advantage of throw.
7th and final leg. It's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Nice show of respect between the pair. Tony O'Shea does have
59.
a very healthy head-to-head record against John Walton over the years. Now, we mentioned that head-to-heads, it's difficult to make an argument for them bearing any significance when the last meetings were so long ago, or most of the meetings were so long ago. But John Walton has only managed to get 3 wins over Tony O'Shea in their careers that were played across the same time. And maybe that is something that can just favour Tony a little bit in this final leg.
125.
Only going to take 6 good darts, you feel.
The thing that won't favour Tony O'Shea is his
100.
recent head-to-head record with the double ring on the dartboard, because he's really struggled in this match. 18 missed to win legs, and it's almost like the scoring
135.
phase of this leg doesn't matter at all. He's going to get
100.
down to the finish. Whether he gets down to a double or not, that's a different story. It might not matter for Tony, but it's been neat and tidy for John Walton for once.
22.
I was saying.
Tony, you require
And that's just
142.
give Tony O'Shea 6 darts to get this wrapped up, because John Walton cannot finish 159. I said, nice dart. Will he stay there? Comes away.
94.
Sets it up nicely. 48. Take your pick. Do you want tops? Do you want 16s? You're going to get 2 more darts. Stats suggest he's going to need more.
59.
It's
Tony, you
48 for the
require
match.
48.
Can he finally have a clean finish? Well, there's nothing clean about that. Wasn't intentional to find the double. Now he needs the double above it. And that's just become even more tricky for Tony. But he finds a way.
Shot. And
And
a
Tony
match.
O'Shea
Tony O'Shea
battles his way past John Walton to go top of the Group A table with 1 match left to play for each of the players. Nothing to get excited about in the averages there, but largely for Tony O'Shea, his level dropped due to all those missed darts at double. 19 of them in the end before finally pinning the crucial double 8 that picked him up his 3rd win of the day. He's still got Mark Dudbridge to play in a top-of-the-table tussle in Game 15. John Walton will look for his first win when he meets Gary Robson, but next up, it's Wes Newton against Chris Mason.
welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Tony O'Shea has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of John Walton and condemn him to his 4th defeat of the day. John Walton starting with an 18-dart leg to get his 3rd leg of the day. He then missed multiple darts to extend his advantage, and Tony levelled. Missed darts at double became a bit of a theme in that one, but not for the first time. Tony not getting off to the most convincing start, but getting better as the game went on and just doing enough to get the win. As you can see, Tony O'Shea, 4 out of 23 attempts, just 17% checkout success in that one. Walton not much better, just 20% on the outer ring. Walton furious with the 22 he scored in the decider to leave himself on a bogey number, and O'Shea cleaned up in that one. Nothing to write home about though in that match. The quality was far from anything we've seen from other players so far in this session. Next up, we've got Wes Newton against Chris Mason, and Mace said when we did our little preview show at the top that he owes Wes Newton 1 or 2. Newton, he scored pretty well today, but his finishing has been around the 30 to 33% mark all day. Chris Mason, as we've mentioned on multiple occasions, he has been the most consistent player of the day. Will he be able to move on to 6 points? All of the matches that these two have played previously have been quite tight. Will this one be played out in the same manner? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, a really important few fixtures coming up, the last 3 matches of the day, starting with this battle between Chris Mason and Wes Newton. Both of them on 4 points. One of them will stay there. And do you think that perhaps both players will feel a little bit disappointed if they end the day with just 2 wins from 5?
I think Chris Mason will certainly feel disappointed due to the standard that he's played, but I think Wes Newton would kind of get what he deserved. I don't think he deserves much more than that, really. When we look at the stats and things, you know, he's averaged 75 in his opening game against Gary Robson,
First leg,
85 in his second one against O'Shea, 77 and then 82. So you can't be really expecting many more points than the 4. Well, Chris Mason
44.
on 4, despite averaging 91 over the day with a high of 95. And this is a game that, like Abby said at the start of the show, Chris Mason in the preview was saying he wanted
100.
this one. There's some history here between the two in terms of results, but also Chris Mason told us he's going to get stronger as the day goes on.
60.
He gets much stronger than a 91. He's going to find himself at the top of the table and staying there.
On the other side, Newton probably will feel that he should have got the better of Robson earlier on, so maybe could be on more points already.
I wonder if
80.
Mason having this long break between competitive darts has actually done well, because all the old scar tissue and the mental battering that dart players succumb on a regular basis, he's been completely out the way of that. And
91.
it'll almost be like starting a complete fresh.
Are we going to see the second coming? Now, we joke about it, but the level he's been producing
83.
would be competitive in
170.
more places than this. Let's just put it that way.
I think with the standard we're seeing here and the levels that he's able to reach at the moment, wrapping one up in 95.43, are we potentially looking at the 2023 Seniors World Champion?
30. Chris, you require 36.
Because there's certainly time to
that's game short in the
put
first
further
leg.
work onto
Chris
this, and that's a
Mason.
13-dart breaker throw. And if he can maintain this, he
Second
doesn't have to
leg
find
is
much
Chris
more.
to throw
Maintain
first.
this
Game
is
on.
fine. This will put him in the running for that title. There's not many people in that field that will be able to live with this.
100. 190.
Newton responds.
140.
I think one thing that's going to happen at the end of today is Chris Mason is going to leave here
100.
with a newfound respect, I think, within the darting community. To come back after being out for so long and produce darts of this quality consistently
81.
shows how much class he's got in his darting game.
Yeah, really looking forward to commentating with him again after actually seeing him play really well.
121.
Sure he won't mention it at any point. Is there a backdoor exit out of this place
41. Wes, you require 100.
We know that he can talk the talk, but he's walking the walk right now.
Yeah,
Though
that's
Wes
game
Newton,
short
I
in
said
the
he
second
responded
leg.
with a
Wes
180 at the
Newton.
start of the leg, and he takes out the ton for a brilliant leg of darts, the best of the day, in fact, an 11 darter.
Third leg is Wes to
level the
throw
game.
first. Game on.
They talk the talk, walk the walk. Is he strutting the strut at the minute with this level of performance?
140.
But I tell you one thing, he must be wondering what he's done because everyone's finding their best today against him. It's like they've realised he's the man to beat.
140.
Yeah, certainly if people didn't know what to expect, by the time Wes Newton in particular to play him has come around,
47.
he knows that he's going to have to be on his mettle.
I will remind you again, Chris Mason is the 16-1 outsider
140.
just for this group alone. Never mind the week.
Yeah, I think we're going to keep rephrasing that to was, and was the 12-1, and was the 10-1, and was maybe
45.
the 2-1 at some point.
If we don't wake up with Chris Mason as favourite for this group, I will be surprised.
96.
Well, if he loses this game, and then Tony O'Shea wins against Mark Dudbridge, O'Shea, who was the favourite before, will be 4 points clear of him. In fact, if he loses this game, one of those two is going to be 4 points clear anyway.
125.
But there is another 2 days of action to come.
There was a nibble going around a few years ago that Chris
35.
Mason might have
Wes,
played
you require
the UK Open
134.
qualifier. I wonder if he's going to be a little bit more tempted after seeing his return to sort of competitive action.
The UK Open is shown on the
94.
broadcast that he works, so it'd make for a great
90.
feature, wouldn't it, to take the cameras there and watch his quest. We've now got footage to use of him playing good darts if they want to. I'm sure something can be arranged for a small fee.
60.
Contact at Chris
Wes,
Murphy
you
180 on
require
Twitter.
40.
I'll be the broker.
Yeah, that's game short in the
But you're right, what has he done?
Wes Newton.
What has he done? Played well, and everyone has decided to play well against him. Because after 3 legs here,
Forward
Chris
leg, it's
Mason
Chris
is
to
averaging
throw
in
first.
3
Game
figures,
on.
yet he's behind.
Wes Newton sees this through. Chris Mason
57.
is going to feel sick. He's going to be the standout performer in terms of stats, but only on 4 points after
81.
5 games.
Do you know, I know exactly what he'll say as well. Despite playing like this, getting those defeats, he will say, I remember why I stopped playing now.
134.
Absolutely. And that's one of the hard things as a dart player sometimes. You put all the preparation in, you do all the work, you go to the event, you produce a level of performance.
96.
And you come home with nothing. And I've had that same sort of vibe when you're driving back from Pro Tour and
140.
you've put all the practice in, the hours in, you've done everything right. You know you've gone there with the best preparation you can. You're putting a good level of performance and you've come back with nothing.
140. Chris, you require 170.
It's cost you money to go and do that, and you come back a very bitter guy. That's when I say that sometimes maybe being away from that for a couple of years might be an advantage here because it's not a continuation of that feeling.
And if he's genuinely come into this event with no expectations of himself,
72.
determined to enjoy it, then that might just be a recipe for success for Chris.
52.
Almost
Wes
found the
require
recipe there, but
44.
now Wes Newton could leave a bitter taste in his mouth. Goes for 4 tops.
Yeah, that's
And
game
nails
short on
it.
the forward leg. Wes Newton.
You can see Chris Mason there. Well, you don't really need a penny for his thorns because you can read those
Fifth
perfectly.
leg is Wes to throw first. Game on. $100.
Sometimes they're just people you love to beat, isn't they? It's like everyone's decided Chris Mason is that man. He's still averaging over 100 in this one. He's 3-1 down.
It's unsurprising to say as well. I think he's looked the most solid in and around that treble 20. His darts
60.
have been... The misses have been by a smaller margin, should put it that way.
Consistent angle of entry, consistent depth entry of the dart. Everything about his game today has been rock solid and consistent.
85.
The most mistakes I think he's made is actually when a couple of times he's needed big numbers, he's missed those.
60.
Well, it spoiled my day anyway. Now I'll have to hope for Paul Nicholson to be useless.
You've got a book of lines ready, haven't you, for when it happens?
Well, I have been doing a little bit of extra curricular activity, shall we say. I've just
59.
If you are watching, Paul, I'll draw your attention to the fact that Matt Aker just said when it happens then.
I have noticed Chris Murphy sat here scribbling out Chris Mason lines as the day's gone on. Have to rewrite those tonight, something a bit more positive.
Absolutely. It's been magical, Mason, today. But he's going to need a bit of magic to get out of this hole because Wes Newton piles on the pressure once again. There's no margin for error here. One dart left to stay in the match, perhaps.
48.
And he doesn't find the double. A disgusted look on his face. And Newton can take the win.
10.
Well, for once, Mason is let off the hook.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth.
I sat in the commentary box with Chris Mason 2 weeks ago for the full week, and we spoke about darts at length. One of the things he says, I don't like to use the phrase, but at times you need that little bit of luck. That is what that means. Match darts missed by Wes Newton. He turns around, wins this, gets 2 points. All of a sudden, the league table looks absolutely different and strongly in favour of Chris Mason.
It's interesting as well when you speak about that look, because often we focus on just the match darts, but you listen to Michael Van Gerwen's excellent at it when he does post-match interviews, and his opponent might have missed a couple of match darts, but then he'll go, well, what about the 3 that I missed in leg 3, the 4 I missed in leg 7 that they won? And that's what Mason will be feeling like. Maybe he deserved that bit of fortune because it went against him for much of the match and much of the day.
Oh, definitely gone against him for the day. I mean, when we look at Tony O'Shea's best performance of the day was against Chris Mason in that victory. Same for Mark Dudbridge. The best we've seen from him today was that victory against Chris Mason.
Well, the best we're seeing from Chris Mason is now. He's actually producing his best stuff in this match. He's averaging just shy of 100.
85. Chris, you
and
require
he told
126.
us at the very start of the day, he will get better as this goes. So far, he's actually called this pretty spot on.
42.
Almost like he does it for a living. Well, they usually say, don't give up the day job, but Chris, you might have to.
90. Chris, you require 84.
This to stay in it.
Gave himself a clap on the last one. He'll be giving himself a pat on the back if he hits the ball.
59.
That's a well-thrown
Chris,
dart.
you require 110.
Yeah, it's the closest he's got all day to that target. But he is going to come back. Fortune favouring him all of a sudden.
80.
Can he make the most of
Chris,
the look?
you require 25.
Uses the 8s. 4s.
No score.
He's busted.
Wes
But Wes Newton
required
miscounted,
30.
didn't he, in the previous visit? Had 48 left, hit an 18. To leave himself the dodgy double 15. Will it matter? It does. He goes inside. Only one more dart at double for Wes Newton to win the game.
22.
And he hasn't found it, and the
Chris
maths has made a
required
difference
25.
there.
There's a confused look on Chris Mason's face, and as if to say, what's going on? How's this happening?
Yeah,
He's
that's
got a
game
chance
short
to
in
put
the
it
sixth
right. He
flag.
takes it all the
Chris
way. Gives us a
Mason.
little fist pump as well. Wes Newton will throw first in the deciding leg.
7th and final leg. It's Wes to throw first. Game on.
Chris Mason's scoring power, when we look at those
140.
plus sections, the 140s, Wes Newton just opened there to put himself onto 4. So those 140s that Chris is hitting, that he's going to need in this one.
Yeah, Wes has got a couple of
60.
maximums that he's outscoring Mason in that department, and has been sharper on the doubles. But the fact that they've hit the same amount of doubles and Mason's had more does show you that Mason is slightly edging the scoring stakes in this match.
And that stat doesn't include the 134 and the 137s that he's doing with those switching. So those double treble combinations are a strong factor. He's now up to 8.
Well, remember, the winner of this
59.
match will end the day on 6 points. The loser will stay on 4. Because of the leg difference of Tony O'Shea and Mark Dudbridge, the winner of this game will finish the day in 2nd place.
140.
So he needed those 140s. That was the category that was going to give him a chance in this one. He's got 2 there back to back. Gives him a shot at the 161.
100. Chris, you require
There's an argument for
161.
Newton. Maybe to have switched to the bull there, because he might have to go for the bull at the end. There's an argument for Mason to go for the bull here, but he plants it perfectly in the treble 20.
81.
Drama at the end here.
That was his 3rd double treble combination. It's 3s for the match.
Game.
Oh, and he
shot,
gets there.
and
It
the
is
match,
cruel for
Wes
Chris
Newton.
Mason. You can see what he thinks of it. It's all smiles and embrace from Wes Newton, who decides to kill Chris Mason with kindness in the end. But look at that. Another mid-90s average for Chris Mason. But it's another defeat for Chris Mason, who, despite being the best player in terms of standard today, he'll have the highest running average for the day. There's no doubt about that. He's only picked up 2 wins from his first 5 matches in Group A, and will have work to do to try and top the table. That, incidentally, is where Wes Newton sits right now. He won't finish there because Tony O'Shea and Mark Dudbridge, who both already have 6 points as well, will play in the last match of the day. But before that is a battle between John Walton, who hasn't got a point yet, against Gary Robson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Wes Newton has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Chris Mason. A real sickener, that one for Mace, who averaged between the mid-90s and a ton for the majority of that game. As you can see, his average superior to Newton's in that match, but 2 180s from Newton and 4 out of 11 on the outer ring, his highest checkout of a ton in that match. A real sickener, as I mentioned, for Mason, who's been the most consistent player of the day so far, but it is Wes Newton who moves on to 6 points in the league table. There we can see confirmation of that. There are now 3 players joint on 6 points, and Chris Mason, well, you have to feel that when he reflects on today's opening play, whilst he'll be largely happy with how he's performed, he'll be wondering how on earth he's won just 2 of his matches so far. Next up then, we've got 2 more matches remaining for you. Robson against Walton. Walton, of course, the only player yet to pick up any points at all in Group A, up against Robson, who's lost his last 2 matches to 0 without a single dart at double in either of those. So one of them is going to have to get over the finishing line in this one. Which one will it be? I don't want to make any predictions, lads. Over to you. Are you going to make any?
Well, preceded with the well-known phrase, with no disrespect, the only prediction I think I can confidently make is it's possible that this game could be every bit as bad as the last one was good, based on what we've seen in the last few matches between the pair. John Walton has struggled, and there are reasons for that as well. The shoulder injury that he's been suffering. But I know you've been doing a bit of digging into what might be wrong with Gary Robson, and it seems that it's the same thing.
Yeah, apparently a shoulder issue that he's decided to play through rather than get any sort of treatment or rest. And he's
First leg is John the throw first.
In Manchester, he's been doing exhibitions. Sometimes you do need to take that rest or seek the treatment and the help.
43.
So there's a nervous circulation-y sort of issue with Robson.
He has been, Gary Robson, legless for the last couple
47.
of hours. Unable to have any doubles, any darts at double. Gary Robson in that
85.
spell, and it was looking like a similar scenario for John Walton, who won his first, well, won 2 legs in his first match of the day, then lost back-to-back 4-0 defeats before being edged out by Tony O'Shea 4-3. I would like to say with a much improved performance, but I would be lying.
62.
I think if we're looking over what we've seen today, we've got to give it a slight edge to Gary Robson. Although he has lost his last 2 games 4-0.
180.
John Walton finds a 180. He hit a 180 in his opening game. He hit 1 in the match against Chris Mason. So
64.
It's found his 3rd max of the day.
How is Chris Mason feeling right now? Try and take a deep dive into the mind of Mace. What do you think will be going through it?
That's a
99.
dive not many people want to be taking. But he's not going to be happy, is he? You know, he's played by far the best of any player here today. His running average for the day is 91.62. When we look through the stats and the averages today,
98. John
Mason's running at
94.
91.62. Tony O'Shea hit a 90 against Chris Mason in match 3. No one has even hit an average of 90. And Mason's running at a 91.62 over the 5 games.
78.
That is where you can say he's very harshly treated.
But on the positive side, there's time to get his just rewards for his performances. If he can reproduce that, you would think over the next 10 matches that he has to play that he would see himself
16.
climb the table.
I suppose that's the beauty of a 3-day group, isn't it? If this was
That's game
a
short in
2-day
the
group,
first leg. John
like
Walton.
it used to be, or a 2-day group like we'll see on Thursday and Friday with Group B and Group C, But even then, wouldn't
Second
Group
leg,
B
it's
be
Gary to throw
an
first.
achievement for Mason?
Game on.
He himself, when we sat here a couple of weeks ago, I don't know if it was on mic or when we was off, said he'd actually, if he could get into Group B, he'd see that as an achievement.
Well, he also said he would see it as an advantage
34.
when he spoke to Paul Nicholson in comms on Saturday, because there aren't many players that get through Group A and then go and win on Saturday having had a couple of days off. He thinks making that adjustment to the evening sessions in Group B is actually better preparation for finals night.
Absolutely. I think I've won every one of these groups at some point, A, B and C. And the worst I ever performed on finals night was after going through Group A.
We know how Chris Mason feels. We're going to hear how Wes Newton feels. He'll be talking to Abby after the break at the end of this match.
100.
It'll be Mark Dudbridge against Tony O'Shea to see which one of them goes in front of Wes and ends the day with 4 wins from 5.
This is a massively improved performance here from John Walton. Another 180,
85.
a 140, 50% on his doubles. Again, finding success in that bottom left section. 16s and the 8s is where I think he's going to have the most
54.
profitable time over this week.
Well, look, we don't know if this injury is giving him more jip today than it might be on a normal day. We don't know if he's got some sort of heat rub or something that he can put on there for tomorrow. But if he wins this match, he's still in contention.
3-day group, you're never out of it until halfway through tomorrow, really, are we?
Yeah, I thought it'd be 4 points off the top of the table. Of course, one of them is going to, one of Wes Newton, sorry, one of Tony O'Shea or Mark Dudbridge is going to
137. Gary, you require 114.
But a good start tomorrow, and you never know. And don't forget, the fixtures are played in reverse order of today.
94. John, you require 70.
An improved performance from John Walton in game 2. 85 average, although he lost 4-0 to Chris Mason. And I said in that game he was more methodical. And he's certainly slower here.
Gary,
What a time. He's not found many treble 20s all day. And then he finds one at the worst possible time.
Well, a big bust.
Yeah, that's game short and a
John
second
Walton
leg.
and Gary Robson takes advantage.
Third leg is John to throw first.
For amateur players, for players, I won't say like me, but players not as good as these and not as bad as me, there's often advice to say when you've got a chance of leaving 60 to
140.
If you can avoid leaving 60 with 2 darts, do it. And that's one of the reasons.
I remember growing up in the pubs and clubs because I was of the era that didn't have these amazing development tools and systems that are in place as now, like with the JDC. And
81.
they used to say all the time there, don't go away that you can bust. You want 52, 12 and tops. But John Walton, again, look, the slower pace is suiting him.
84.
You see there, that is the highest level that he's produced all day. 2.5 legs into this match. Maybe it
60.
is about just slowing down, taking more care.
Him stretching the arm as he approached the board there. Going to make sure that he's throwing the dart forward, propelling the dart
47.
towards the board rather than a lift. That's going to loop it.
100.
Everything about John's just slowed down. The walk's got a bit slower. The set.
100.
Making sure the grip is in the exact position. This is a much better performance.
Does seem to be conducive to consistent darts from John Walton. What we were seeing from him
24.
was a lot of
John,
darts getting sprayed into that
130.
5 segment earlier in the day. We're not seeing much of that. Q1 going in now. No, we don't. We might see the nifty 50 though.
95.
decided against it. He almost actually left himself 5, didn't he?
Well, that's the issue he's going to have with the shoulder issue. He's going to struggle with that sort of horizontal line.
80.
That's why I
John, you
didn't like him
require
up on tops and
35.
5s and 1s, and I've said it throughout the day. And again, that sort of horizontal line of a 10 he's not going to enjoy. This is the section I think he will.
19. Gary, you require 156.
Well, if he does, it doesn't matter that he missed because he's still in the same area of the board.
He will
57.
return.
John, you require 16.
Strange choice from Gary Robson, that.
You'd expect with the experience and the years that these guys have had on the dartboard that we'd see
Yeah, that's game short and a bird
that level of
lag.
counting
John Walton.
today, but I think that's about the 6th or 7th time we've seen a very strange decision.
Forward lag, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Made no difference in the end. Didn't get a go at the 99 that he'd left for himself. But yeah, bizarre stuff. Leaving a 3-darter and a 2 was possible.
47.
Although I do suppose, like, counting and board management is something that we've really hammered home with the modern player. And I remember years ago, there used to be a guy from Belgium
47.
called Eric Claris, who used to switch like the modern players do now, and it was almost like beyond his years, you know, using the 19s, the 17s, the 18s to try and think about the end
100.
number.
He was actually in Belgium for the recent European Tour event. Eric Claris working for the TV broadcaster over there. It was shown on free-to-air TV, that tournament. Very well attended.
45.
Very big hotbed, developing territory, Belgium. Spent quite a bit of time over there this year. Love the darts.
Yeah, there were a few players who would
30.
talk about the importance of math and talk you through some of the reasons for going the ways that they would go. Bobby George and Eric Bristow too, that really spring to mind. But these days, the young kids
140.
just do it at such a speed. It's natural almost to them, isn't it? It's just being brought up with that element of the game. Not just the simple math, but the advanced counting as well from further out in a leg.
We're seeing more and more different routes and variations.
26.
Sometimes you look at them though, you go, oh, how have we never thought of this before?
And sometimes, you know, it's not always down to miscounting. Sometimes the player makes a decision.
139.
But I think today we've seen quite a lot of awful arithmetic.
Or unnecessary aggression, unnecessary gambling.
26. John, you require 130.
Well, he's got 130 again. He could have had a go at the ball last time. Opted to go for a 10. Now we do see that 5 come into play.
40.
Well, even that I find a slightly strange shot. More likely to hit the 25 or the ball than the treble 15.
23.
80 is a
John,
more
you
favourable
require
finish than 90, but with Robson not really in the leg, it shouldn't matter anyway. But then now, on 90, with Robson not in the leg, it seems a strange decision to start on treble 20 as well.
35.
See, I would personally do that, but that's because I love double 15. Not the most kindest of breakdowns, but I remember doing it to leave double 15 in a quarter final in the last Pro Tour last year against Luke Humphries, and it was 5-5.
40.
Remember all
John,
the
you
streams that was
require
going on at the
55.
time saying this could be terrible board management at the first start. It's like, yeah, lovely.
Yeah, that's game short and the forward leg.
That's
John
good
Walton.
darts, this from John Walton. This is a much more improved performance.
Fifth leg is John to throw first. Game on.
3-1 up.
Don't know what the issue is there. I don't know if the players were drinking from the wrong water cups or something. Ron Walton
60.
was gesticulating to the table and to Gary Robson that maybe he's drinking from the wrong cup.
140. $85.
Gary Robson has just fell away as the day's gone on. The good thing for Gary, though, is in this Group A, he's got 4 more days of action to go yet, so time to get this right. So get back to the room, get some yoga done, get some stretching going. Do a couple of manipulations on the nerves in the arm. Trying to get the brain and the hand back in sync.
Well, John Walton will probably be wishing that there was a couple more games to play because he's just starting to find his feet as the end of the day approaches.
137.
By the way, we have heard from Chris Mason. One of our production team have spoke to him on the way out. He said he's gutted with the amount of points that he's amassed, but he's largely happy with how he played.
170.
Very fair assessment, really, isn't it? You can't really add anything else to that.
Well, is Gary Robson going to add to the length of this match, or will Walton
55.
clean up the 118 and slam the door shut?
For the match.
98.
That was a
Gary,
big
you require
lift
115.
in the arm, which means we're going to get a drop on the board, and you can see in the background just trying to propel the arm, get the arm moving forward. Gary Robson should be getting a dart at the same target. He does for 3-2.
95. John, you require 20.
Struggled towards the end of the day, Gary Robson. And John Walton has made him pay, winning for the first time, saving his best until last. A 4-1 success for John Boy to see off Robson, who will end the day on 4 points, 2 ahead of the man he has just been beaten by, but level with Chris Mason, who's averaged more than 90 for the day. That tells a story, considering how poor Robson has been at times and how good Mason has been at times. But top of the table will be Mark Dudbridge or Tony O'Shea, who face off in our last match here at the Super Series today.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Just one more match remaining on the opening day of action here in Group A. It is, of course, week 12. Wes? Not a bad way for you to round off your day's action with that victory over Chris Mason, who was actually averaging around a ton for the majority of that match. So not a bad win at all for you.
No, I'll take that. I mean, Chris has played really well all day. He's been in the 90 averages every game all day, so he's played really well. I'm just happy to be here and to be playing. You know, I want to be playing more than what I am. You know, I'm not ready to pack it in yet. I'm still trying, but I'm just a bit dusty at the minute. So, but I'm happy with today. I know I've done some good things. I've done some bad things as well. But you know, I'm up there, and I'm ready to go again tomorrow.
And I guess a tournament like this really helps with that frustration when you feel like you're not getting enough opportunities to still show what you can do. This is the perfect environment to do so.
Oh yeah, it's perfect. You're getting 5 games a day against good players, so you know, I'm hoping for better things tomorrow. But at the same time, you know, I'm happy today. I'm playing, and you know, I've had a few good wins, so I'll take that. And it's all about improving every day, and it's on to tomorrow now.
And we'll take a little look at the league table. We can see that you're currently on 6 points at the top of the table at the moment. We know that will change after the next match because it is Dudbridge against O'Shea, but not a bad position to be in. And we've seen, as you alluded to, we've seen a bit of everything from you today. Is consistency maybe the hardest thing when you're not playing on a regular basis?
Yeah. I know deep down I'm not playing enough as what I should be doing, but that's just the way it is. And you know, I'm still there. I'm still fighting. I still want to play darts at the highest level, but you know, that's just the way it is now. But yeah, looking at that, it's not in a bad position. I hope Tony and Mark draw next, if that's possible. But yeah, it's a good position, and you know, I'll take that on to tomorrow and build again, and hopefully go better tomorrow.
And so much experience in that field. What's it been like in the practice room? Have you been sharing quite a few stories?
Oh, we have, yeah. I mean, it's a pleasure to be in that practice room. It's weird. I've not been called young'un for a long time. But every one of them players I grew up looking up to. It's a pleasure to be in that room with them again. So, and like I said, I'm quite an oldish guy myself now, but I feel like one of the young ones in there.
And it is such a congested group. We've just seen the league table there. What do you feel it will take from you in Tuesday and Wednesday sessions in order to progress?
When I go into it, you know, you want to win every game, but looking at it from a positive point of view, like you've got 5 games on the day, and really you want to win. You want to win 4 of them. To be honest, you want to win them all. But you know, going into it myself, I think I'll take 4 wins. So hopefully tomorrow I'll be a bit better than what I was today. But it's the same for them all. You know, we're all sort of blowing the dust off a bit, and I've been impressed with Chris Mason today. I think he's been really good player today all day.
And we've also been impressed with you. You got the better of him in your last match. Let's head into our final game of the day then, in the company of Chris and Edgar.
Thanks very much, Abby. Yes, we've all been impressed with Chris Mason today. It just pained me to say that, but credit where it is due. But maybe he hasn't got the rewards that his performances have deserved. Wes Newton sitting pretty at the top of the table. Fairly philosophical view on his performances today. He's done some good things, he's done some bad things, says Wes. Now, this pair have probably done more good than bad, though of the two, Mark Dudbridge has probably been the most consistent. Whether Tony can live up to his pre-tournament favourite billing and top the table,
Mark to throw first.
if he can defeat Dudbridge here.
Yeah, they both picked up some good points today, so even if they lose this one, they'll be happy with that. But you want to get
83.
this one. This one's important for 2 reasons. One, because of the position of the table, but secondly, because they'll play each other in the first game tomorrow. So if, for example, Tony O'Shea can win against the throw here, we'll have to throw in tomorrow's game, which will give him the advantage of getting that one, and that'll put a gap between the 2 players. Ideally for us, we want these to be trading wins so we can keep the enjoyment of this
81
battle going.
Tony O'Shea opening with a maximum, getting us all excited there.
28.
Did hit a 9-darter, didn't he? 15 years ago at the International Darts League. In fact, 3 of the players in the field were playing in that tournament. Mark Dudbridge, Gary Robson and Tony O'Shea were all in action in that event. I think he won a car for his trouble
remember many years ago at Blackpool, the 9-dart prize was a car.
47.
And Jamie Harvey was playing Phil Taylor, and he did a lot of interviews saying how he's going to beat Phil Taylor and do all this. I think it was the opening leg or the second leg. He opened with a 180 and he stood at the back of the stage and pointed at the car. And then he went up and hit a treble 20 with the next dart. And then ended up going on to lose 10-1.
100. Mark, you require 137.
137 here for Dudbridge. Could go, and it's been a feature of his game today, these kinds of finishers.
Yeah,
And there's another one. Mark Dudbridge does it again.
Dudbridge.
It's been interesting watching Mark Dudbridge. No trouble at all with his big combination checkouts, but when he's had 3 in hand at double, that's when he struggled.
Yeah, and you can see that in terms of the doubling percentage as well. It tells the story, doesn't it, when he's had time, which is something we normally see from a more quicker player.
By the way, just going back to that story about the 9 darters in the
58.
International Darts League of 07, it was actually the first time in a tournament where 2 players had hit a 9 darter. Phil Taylor did it in the next round after O'Shea had done it against Adrian Lewis. Taylor managed it
95.
against Raymond van Barneveld. Now, I'm not sure how they managed to split the car. I think they got 1 each in the end.
60.
James Wade will be someone who will be able to split a car. Mechanic.
Absolutely.
He'd have been... he'd just take parts out of it, wouldn't he? I'll just have this bit, that bit.
100.
Yeah, Opel Tigra, apparently, the car that was won 15 years ago. Wonder if Tony drove it down here.
140.
Playing a good standard, the pair of them at the start of this match. Does have the level that a top of the table class should have.
35.
Seems a more useful prize than what other darts shows us giving out at that sort of time. Bullseye giving out a speedboat.
Tony, you require 148.
Is he going to answer the 137 with the 148? The answer
100
is no.
Mark, you require 120.
Dudbridge could double up.
100. Tony, you require 48.
This is a nice finish for a dart player. You get to take your pick. Well, he did have 2 choices, so he's gone for a 3rd option, which is the 7 for the 9 for the 16s,
24.
and they are all over the place.
Mark, you require
that
20.
big miss number could really cost Tony O'Shea there. Such a big target area to aim at. We were talking about what advice you get as a nipper playing this game, and
No
one
score.
of them is when you've got 2 even numbers next to each other, just to
Tony,
throw in
you
the middle.
require 24.
He does get let off, however, on this occasion, Tony O'Shea.
Yeah, that's game short in the second line.
Makes full use of it. Hits the double first dart this time. Levels up the game, and Mark Dudbridge will be throwing first. But
3rd leg, it's
just
Mark to
thinking
throw
about
first. Game on.
Speedboat. I'm thinking of a really good YouTube feature here. We need to find somebody who won a speedboat on Bullseye. I'm thinking thumbnail. That
57.
I won a speedboat on Bullseye, and we could find out what actually happened.
Yeah, there's a call to action from Mr. Matt Edgar. Did you win a
60.
speedboat on Bullseye? Or is the myth actually true that they only ever wheeled that out when it was here's what you could have won? It'll be a feeling of here's what you could have won for one of these players at the end of this match, because
100.
the other one will go top at their expense.
Or maybe you know someone who won a speedboat. Get them to contact. We would like to speak to them.
79.
No prize for a 9-darter at the moment at the Super Series, but there is one from Champions Week
85.
when it gets underway. A rolling prize fund as well for Champions Week. So if we don't see one, we will see the thousands of pounds build up.
100.
Which should hopefully be presented with a giant novelty check.
Yeah, I think we are working on that as we speak. Doesn't want to work on that.
83.
Something I think is missing from TV at the moment, the giant novelty check.
We've had a couple of novelty trophies in darts, haven't we?
43.
Remember the Champions League belt?
Loved that. Big fan of that.
I thought you would be. Actually quite liked the new look Grand Prix trophy that was handed out last night.
60.
The thing with belts, though, is you need to... There's a skill and an art to handling a belt. And we could tell that Michael van Gogh, when he won that, was not a belt handler.
139. Mark, you require 116.
116 for Dudbridge to get his nose back in front in this top of the table tussle. Double top to do so for a second three-figure
that's game
outshot
shot
of the
in
match.
third leg. Mark
And Mark Dudbridge has the lead. He has the respect of Tony O'Shea as well.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw
Tumblers finish of the
first.
day.
Game on.
Highlighted with that 160 in the opening game. I did enjoy that 1-2-3 on the ball. I
43.
thought that was a lovely shot and well timed.
And what we were saying before has come to pass in this match, because Dudbridge has hit 2 doubles, both at the end of big combos, and he's missed
99.
when he's had an arguably easier opportunity.
$134.
Good value for the lead. That 180 from O'Shea came in the very first visit of the game.
95.
Do just want to mention when we see Mark Dudbridge again in
82.
a moment that he is sporting that logo on his shirt in honour of the Jack Dowding Foundation, a much missed young darts fan and player
100.
from down this area in Hampshire. He supports the foundation for Jack, who passed away due to juvenile diabetes.
58.
And that was a great friend, and he actually gave his dad his 9-dart pin, coveted 9-dart pin that you get for hitting a perfect leg in PDC darts, so that he'd have it forever.
140.
Great person, great charity.
And to find that with darts, don't you? It's a very community
58.
feel within the sport.
Mark, you require 67.
Aggressive. Could you use the
13.
15s? He's ended up making a
Tony, you
mess.
require 126.
Still not down to a double.
Treble 19 needed. Not found.
54.
But Dudbridge has a
Mark,
chance
you
to pull
require
clear.
54.
But the story of his day has been struggling with these simple shots.
That's game shot.
Not
in the
this
fourth
time.
leg. Mark
Dudbridge on the mark, and now one away from topping the table overnight.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Marco calls game on for Mark, who will be hoping to win in this leg.
140.
If he does it, he will lead overnight, as we've been saying.
96.
He will leave Tony O'Shea in third place behind Wes Newton. Chris Mason and Gary Robson on 4, despite the running average of more than 90 for Mace the Ace. And John Walton, the strongest player in the group, holding the rest of them up on 2 points
97.
at the bottom. $180. Almost there, Dudbridge. A 180 to leave, a possible 11 darter. It would match the best leg of the day so far.
91. Mark, you require
That came
41.
from Wes Newton. And it's double 16 to do it.
Game.
And
Shot.
Mark Dudbridge
And a match. Mark Dudbridge.
completes a very successful day of darts. 4 wins from 5 for Flash. The best performance that he's produced today, a 93.19 average, getting the better of Tony O'Shea, who was the favourite before this group started, to finish top of it He's just behind him, though, on 6 points, along with Wes Newton. Dudbridge in that game, hitting checkouts of 116 and 137. Those three-figure combos being a huge part of his performances today. He tops the table going into the second of 3 days of action in Group A. But there is much to mull over for Matt Edgar, who has joined Abby up on the balcony.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. Mark Dudbridge ends the day top of the table, but a penny for the thoughts of Chris Mason right now.
I wouldn't want to be around him right now. I mean, he's played very good all day, hasn't he? The only player really... Tony O'Shea had that 90 average to beat Chris Mason. That one there from Mark Dudbridge, only the second player who's hit a 90 average all day. Chris Mason's running at a 91. Now, this isn't because he's had one game where he's played fantastic and he's just ran away with like 100 average and it's boosted it all up. It's because he's been consistent all day. 95's been his best average, which when you run at a 91, 95 is your best. It just shows that level of consistency across the board.
And I'm really glad you've said that you wouldn't want to be around him right now, because I'm actually sharing a house with him this week, so thank you very much for that one. But Wes Newton mentioned it when we spoke to him up here before that final match of the day, that these players are quite rusty. A lot of them are quite rusty. They're just so grateful for the opportunity to play as well. Would you say that given the position a lot of these players are in, having not played in an environment like this for quite a while, the standard has been higher than you expected?
It's been where I expected, inconsistent. And you say it's a bit rusty, but on the same aspect, you've got to put that back onto them. They didn't just get told last night they was coming here to play in this event. They knew. And Chris Mason knew. And he's put the time in. He's gone to local opens. He's been up on that stage practicing. Yes, he's got the luxury of doing that because he's on the commentary team, but it doesn't stop people putting in the practice and putting in the miles that Chris has done to be here and to be a bit more prepared for it.
And he is going to be prepared for tomorrow. He knows that this sort of thing can happen. You know, you can have a really good day, end it on 4 points. But if you were to say something to Mace about, you know, maybe areas that he needs to improve in order to get more points, what would it be?
He's just got to find that way of turning performance into win. He's got the performance right. He's just got to find the way to do it into winning. He's had opportunities, small opportunities. Everyone's played their best against him. A dart here, 2 darts there. When they start going, people stop hitting against you because you don't just become, oh, Macy's playing well, we've got to be careful here. It becomes, he's going to win this group.
And John Walton certainly improved as the day went on. That final performance from him was quite impressive. Do you see any way that he could maybe get into Group B if qualification through Group A isn't quite possible?
Group B, maybe. Winning the group, no. I can't see it. It'd have to be a complete turnaround, and there's just so many signs that things aren't right there. I think we're going to see inconsistency from him all week. We're probably going to see moments where we go, this is a John Walton that won the world title. And there's probably going to be moments we look at him and go, this is a John Walton where things are wrong.
Absolutely. Right then, we do get back underway with more action from Group A at 9:30 a.m. But just a reminder that you could join us here on Saturday evening. Visit dartshop.tv to get your free tickets to be here on Saturday night. Why on earth wouldn't you want to be here to see some legends in action? But for now, we'll see you at 9:30 a.m. to do this all again tomorrow morning.
Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill. The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.